2020. And this is the first actual hearing meeting that we've had since March, so it's been a long time. The first thing we need to do is roll call of members. So Ellen, if you could do that, please.
Okay. Members present: Glenn Kopelman.
Present. I'm home alone.
Peter Coffin.
Present, home alone.
Richard Wilson. I can't hear Richard.
Yeah, his phone's still muted.
Richard, you've got to unmute yourself. Glenn, can you do it? No, you can't do it.
Well, we'll get back to Richard. Lynn, Merrill.
I'm here. I'm at my office, and right now I'm alone.
Okay. Peter Bakey.
I'm here in my office at the moment alone.
Chris Bashaw. Chris, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Rich.
You, but Chris, your mute thing is on. Okay, I'm going to go back to Richard. Richard, are you present and alone?
Somewhat, yes.
Sorry, Ellen.
Oh, wait.
I'm present, currently alone at home.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And Robin?
I am present and should be alone unless the house catches on fire, which is the only circumstance I'm to be interrupted for.
Okay. And we also have Glenn Greenwood, and Dennis was here somewhere. Is he still here?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there
Dennis
he is.
is still there.
Okay.
Dennis is our town engineer. Okay, feel free to mute yourselves if you wish at this point. I'm going to read through the right to know checklist, which authorizes us to meet under remote circumstances. So the script reads like this: as chair of the Kingston Planning Board, due to the COVID-19 coronavirus crisis and in accordance with the Governor Sununu's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this board is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to the meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the Governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, this is to confirm that we are, and there are several items. The first one, A, we are providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video and other electronic means. We are utilizing the Zoom platform for this electronic meeting. All members of the planning board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen, if necessary, participate in this meeting through dialing the following phone number, and that number is 929-205-6099. And the password is 301758. Let's see. Or by clicking the following website address. It's a very long website address. Do I really need to read this whole thing? I don't. Okay. If someone needs the web address to join the meeting, you can find it on the Kingston webpage under the planning board's agenda for this evening. It's on the second page of the agenda, and you'd be able to link in through that way. It's almost 2 lines long. It's tremendous. But if you click on it, it's easy. Okay. Also, we are providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of how to access the meeting using Zoom, and instructions are provided on the Town of Kingston website at www.kingstonnh.org. Item C, we are providing well, that's lovely music. Okay. We are providing a mechanism for the public to alert public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please email pb@kingstонnh.org. That email is being monitored during this meeting. And D, we will adjourn the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting, we will adjourn the meeting and have it rescheduled at that time. The final sentence, final paragraph is, please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. The meeting will begin by taking a roll call attendance, which we have done. Oh, so we probably did this in a reverse order. We probably should have read this first. Okay. When each board member, board staff, or other official states their presence, also please state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Okay. Any questions from board members on any of that requirement? Okay. So we're going to proceed. We'll start with our first hearing. Before I do that, though, just a note to the board as a reminder. This is the first time that we've met in a hearing fashion since March, since the elections. We have to do board elections tonight. It was decided by the board at our last meeting, which was last week, that we would do that at the end of this meeting. So I will continue as chair until we get to that point. We will try to do this as we do our in-person meetings. We will announce the hearing. We'll ask the applicant to make a presentation. The board will then have an opportunity to ask questions, and then at some point after that, I would open it up for public comment, and at that time, the public will have the opportunity to get messages to Glenn Greenwood, who is our host and moderator, and he will then pass the messages to me for reading out to the board and to the applicant's presenter. So, all right, well, let's see how this goes. So we should note a starting time for this hearing. The first one, we'll call it 6:49. And it is for an expedited review for Millbrook RV Park, 99 Route 125. Tax map R10 lot 5. The applicant is requesting expedited review for the construction of 2 new sheds. Dennis, I don't believe we have comments from you on this. At least I didn't see any. But we do have a short note from Glenn. But we'll start by asking who is representing. Is it Lewis?
Yes, Lewis Poor.
Okay, Lewis, if you could state your name and your affiliation, and then tell us what the application is proposing.
My name is Lewis Poor. I'm owner manager of Millbrook RV Park. We had placed, I kind of find it hard to use the word expedited review, in February to build a new shed for a changing room / one was an 8x12 shed, an 8x12 shed for a changing room and / to store some pool supplies near the pool, which is shown on the one of the 22 packages of plans that we submitted in packages. And the second one is a 20x24 with a 4-foot porch shed at the entrance of Millbrook. We also provided a photo of the current entrance, which dates back to the days of Harold's Grove. We're going to use that shed as a shed per se because of the design, and that's it's not a finished building, but it will also be our entrance office. All of these meet the setback requirements. They meet the requirements as far as the 1,500 square feet, and I'm not sure what else to say. We We did have an incident right after our closing last year, which took out part of our entrance gate, and that kind of sped up when we wanted to redo the entrance. We are operating now. Because of the delays, we probably will not do any of this work until after the close of the season, because it is our entrance. But I definitely didn't want to wait with the chance of being delayed until next year. So we are here now, and I'm not sure what questions you would have on it. These are two pretty basic things. In any other town, and the boards that I meet on, that would have been meeting every month since March. This would have been done and finished, and it would have been a building permit, but here we are. So I've gone through the process, as I told you 10 months ago I would, and I would file early, which I did. And here I am in June, having you review the okay to build 2 sheds on our 12 acres of property. That's it for my presentation.
You're muted, Glenn.
Thank you. I believe that there were plans sent out to the board members electronically, so you should have had a chance to see what Mr. Poor is presenting. And does the board have questions? Oh, before I ask that though, Glenn, I realize it's an expedited review per our regulations, but does it still need a jurisdiction vote?
No, that's not necessary.
Okay. All right. Okay, questions from the board? And if you raise your hand, and then I can identify you, and we can go that way. Peter Coffin?
Yeah, I noticed you're moving one small shed, building one small shed, and then there's a third building that you're putting up that's 20 by 24 foot entry building with a 4 by 24 porch. Is that going to have plumbing in it, or heating of any kind? Is it like an entry office where people come and check in?
We'll have electric in it, but at this time, we're not going to do plumbing in that. We're going to do electric. It'll actually, last August when I came before you for the propane, the electric service will come into that building, and then the emergency shut off for the propane will be there. So we still don't have our propane system set up from a year ago because it was going to come through this building. And it didn't make sense to spend $2,000 to wire it and then rewire it again. So it says my internet connection's unstable. I'm sorry about that. I hope I'm coming through. But it's as far as we were just talking tonight about the possibility of a wood stove or something. We're not sure yet at this time.
Okay.
Right. I was just wondering what you referred to putting up 2 sheds. That was one of the 2 sheds that you're talking about making.
Yes, we have an 8 by 12 shed by the pool.
Right.
And that's going to be a changing room, also for the filter and for pool equipment, like chemicals and that. But then the other shed is the entry building. It's not going to be insulated. It's not a finished building. It's because we're only open from May to usually the first week of October. Okay. So, but there are some cool nights. So we may put a wood stove in there.
Right. And the one page of plans we've got didn't go as far as your property line. And it looks like you got it replacing the dumpster. So I presume you're going to move the dumpster somewhere?
No, the dumpsters are not located, never have been where it shows on that plan. As I've only camped here since 2013, so I shouldn't use the word never, but the dumpsters are not located at that location.
Right. It looks like the dumpster is fairly close to the corner of that lot for R10-4, the small house that's unoccupied right now. I was just wondering, it doesn't show a setback on the plans, and there should be a note about if you're going to put that building up the larger building up over in that area, there should be a note that it's at least 20 feet from the property line, because that's not shown on that plan set.
Okay, 20 feet for the building or 20 feet for the dumpster?
The building.
Oh, the building's 80 to 100 feet from the property line.
Okay, it looked, there's no property line is shown on that particular set of plans we got, so and so it's not stated.
Okay, I thought it did show, because that's a copy of the recorded plan at the Rockingham County in Brentwood.
Right, but all it says is dumpster, and then it says property fence, and that's right where you have the larger building going in.
If you look at the single family residence on the property, you'll see where the setback line is from the street. I'm not sure if you received the initial 12 sets of plans I submitted were all highlighted. I highlighted all the property lines, the setbacks, etc. The last 10 sets of plans I submitted last week were not highlighted. So I'm not sure which plans you got, but the highlighted plan.
I've got one that's highlighted. You've got the two small sheds in green, and the one small shed that you're moving in green, and then two blue buildings, the changing room and the entry building.
Yeah, and the setback 120 is showed highlighted.
Yeah, the setback from 125 is highlighted. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm talking about the setback from the property line for the property just north of you that has the small.
Right. Well, if you have a ruler, you would see that by the scale, that's well more than 20 feet. It's closer to 100 feet.
Okay.
I didn't
So when it says existing dumpster and says prop period fence screen, that may not meet property. Then it may mean something else.
That's the fence is not a property line. The fence is inside the park between the park.
Right. Yeah. I didn't know what PROP period meant.
It often means proposed.
Proposed fence. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Before I ask for further board comment, just a note that we do have a comment from the building inspector, and this is apparently on behalf of the electrical inspector, saying that the electrical inspector is still waiting for a permit for the recently installed LP gas refilling station. And Mr. Poor, you said that station hasn't been installed yet.
The tank is there. I think it's been there for a year.
Oh.
But it hasn't been wired because the wiring for it, there has to be an emergency shutoff located so many feet away from the tank and within so many feet. That's going to be located on the side of this building. We had anticipated building this building in March and April, and that's when we would have grabbed the electrical permit. But because of the delays, we haven't taken a permit. There is no wiring been done. It doesn't function. It has no propane in it or anything.
Okay, it's just a note.
Explanation to that.
It's just a comment from the inspectors indicating that is still an outstanding item from their perspective. So it's just an informational item for you.
Okay.
Okay. Other board members, questions, comments? Peter, are you raising your hand? No. Peter Bakey? No. No.
Chris Bashaw raising his hand.
Looks like no. Okay, I will open it up. Glenn, I don't know if you can see who might be on, but if there are any members of the public who wish to comment or ask a question.
It doesn't seem that anyone is here for this one.
Okay. All right, then we will close public comment. And Glenn, would you like to just I know you gave us your notes on this, and they're pretty short and sweet, but anything from you on this?
No, I think this conforms with our requirements for expedited site review, and the board should consider approving that site review, that expedited site review.
Okay, and I believe Mr. Poor on
Is
your.
Chris Bashaw?
Chris, what did you say?
If the board's ready, I'd like to make a motion to approve the expedited site plan as presented to us in the email that I received from Ellen with the site plans.
Second,
Okay, a motion by Chris. Lynn, was a second by you?
Yep.
Okay, further discussion from the board.
Do
All right,
we need to make a condition of approval that electrical permits get pulled? Or is that just going to be part of?
That's the state law.
Yeah, as he discussed, this will enable him to do that, so.
Right, okay. I was talking about the propane ones. Just keep Robert happy.
Obviously, they're aware of it, so I don't believe that Mr. Poor will be doing anything against what the inspectors note, since everybody knew that it hasn't happened, so I don't think that needs to be a condition.
Right, okay, good.
anything further from the board?
No, just one comment that this would be the second expedited site plan review. So
Right.
I guess just to note that that's it.
Well, what it means is that further changes to the site would mean a fully amended site plan, and Mr. Poor is aware of that, I believe. That he'd need to come back for a full
Note that in my application, in my letter.
Yep.
It is, it's stated in the letter.
Perfect.
Anything else from the board? Okay, Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Glenn Kopelman,
I vote yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes,
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
yes,
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Dugway.
Yes.
Okay, it passes unanimously. And Glenn, is there anything else that Mr. Poor needs to do for us at this point?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Poor.
Everybody stay safe, and hopefully we'll get back to normal soon.
Well, have a good season.
Thank you.
All right, this hearing is ending at, we'll call it 7:02. All right. So the next hearing is for Bresnahan Moving and Storage Company at 7 Marshall Road, tax map R41, lot 7-2. We'll call this one starting at 7:03. The applicant has submitted an amended site plan seeking approval for revisions to the previously approved site plan in regard to buffering and landscaping. And we do have a request from the applicant to continue this, and we did receive it, Glenn, did we not? If we received an email on this.
Yes.
And I don't have that email. If someone has it, they could read it. If not, we'll just go by the.
You can get it.
Could I just, Glenn?
Yeah.
Before the board makes the motion to continue, we do have a message from Andrea Kenter to everyone that states, Ellen, are you reading into the meeting minutes the correspondence I previously sent regarding the Bresnahan project? I don't believe that was part of the public record yet. So that request is one that we could do at the continued hearing.
I emailed Andrea, who also sent an email about that, to let her know that they've asked for a continuation, which was just about to come up if she's still on watching, which I
I
believe.
think that she is still on.
Yeah.
So, it'd probably be more pertinent on the continued hearing.
Well, if unless we're going to be discussing the application, it really doesn't make sense to read that letter tonight. But Ellen, we do have it, right?
The thing from Andrea,
Yes.
I will have to double check, and if not, I'm sure Andrea would be happy to send us a copy of it.
All right. She sent a note to us. She says, I'm fine with including it with the continued meeting. Okay. And Andrea, I know you're listening, so we'll check to make sure we have the letter, and if we don't, Ellen will be in touch with you. Okay.
I do
So,
have to request the continuance if you want it read.
I'm sorry, say what?
You asked if anyone had the letter requesting the continuance.
Yes.
I pulled it up on the computer, so I have it if you really
Oh.
need to read into the record.
If you could read it, that would be great.
Sure. It says, "Dear members of the board, please accept this letter as a formal request to continue review of the above amended site plan application to the July 7th planning board hearing date. Thank you for your consideration." And above it is the Bresnahan Moving and Storage Company amended site plan with tax map and address. And it was signed by Charlie Zilts, the project manager.
Okay. Thank you, Ellen. So Chris, you made the motion, yes?
Wait,
Correct,
To continue to July 7
correct.
at 6:45 PM.
Glenn?
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Peter Baiki. Discussion. Ellen?
Yeah, before we,
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Ellen?
I think
Does the
she's,
board want to add that back into the calendar first?
Oh,
July 7th meeting isn't in the calendar, and we did a poll vote, but the board needs to actually vote to put it back on the calendar. I don't care which way you do it, it's gonna come out the same, but I saw I mentioned that you kind of have to do that too.
oh, okay. Well, since we have this motion on the floor, let's do this, and then we'll immediately do the one about putting the meeting back in the calendar. Peter
And
Coffin?
I'll amend my motion to include based on the.
Chris, you're cutting out.
Awesome. I said I would amend my motion to make it also be contingent upon us voting in to hold the July 7th meeting following this vote.
Okay. Is the seconder good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. Peter Coffin, you had something to say?
exactly what Ellen said.
Ah, got it. Okay. Any other discussion on this? All right, Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Sure. Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes,
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Dugway.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that's, have you been calling Richard?
Yes.
Okay,
Third.
okay. All right, so that passes unanimously. Since we already have the plan set and all of the material, we don't need to set a date for receiving new plans because we have everything. Is that correct? Ellen and Glenn?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to call this one done at 7:05. Okay, before we go to the next hearing, let's do a motion for the meeting on July 7th.
I'll move that we reschedule the meeting for July 7th.
second,
You mean to put it back on our calendar?
Put it back on the schedule to reinstate it to the schedule.
Got it.
Second.
Motion by Peter Coffin, second by Lynn. Lynn already seconded it, I believe. Further discussion? And I believe everyone responded to this already by email, and I don't think there were any issues with it, so we should be good on that. Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Yep. Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
yes,
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yeah.
Robin Dugway.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. So we have that date on our calendar for that hearing and for any other business that might need to be taken care of at that time.
Quick question, Glenn.
Yes, Peter.
That meeting will be held at the town hall, not Zoom, right?
Well, that's a good question. At this point, I don't think we know.
The guidelines now with the state set forward, no, can we meet? No?
Well,
I think what the Board of Selectmen are going to do is let Peter come up with the guidelines, and yes, we will meet there. The only exception to that may be the Sears logistic property, that we may try to do that at the school auditorium.
We'll talk about that. We should talk about that at the end of the meeting, so as not to tie up all the applicant.
Well,
Perfect. Thank you.
but I'm saying that we are going to start having meetings again at Town Hall.
Thank you.
Well, we can for the next, we can talk about it at the end of the meeting, because there are some issues that the board has to discuss about what's already been noticed.
Right, we know the next two have to be Zoom, but after that. Okay,
well, the point is that we do have to discuss it because the board has some options based on legal advice that we have received from the Municipal Association. But as Ellen said, to get into that now, we'd be holding up the applications. So we will do that under board business, and if that's okay with everyone.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So the next application is for Capri Realty and Management LLC regarding 6 Spruce Lane, tax map R20, lot 6. The applicant proposes new construction of 2 condominium units. Okay. So we have significant comments from Dennis and Glenn, and looks like Mr. Pasco is here. You are the principal for this organization, Mr. Pasco? You need to unmute yourself.
I am, yes.
Okay. And are you representing the application tonight, or is someone else there with you?
I'm representing it.
Okay. All right. So you won't be putting up any plans on the screen for us to be looking at, is that correct?
I will not, but Mr. Greenwood, I'm actually sitting outside of Town Hall. Mr. Greenwood led me to believe that he actually said I could bring the Mylar to be signed. So I actually came to the meeting. That's how it was represented last week. I don't have plans. I've provided 2 sets. So the initial application I provided months ago, full set plans.
Oh, okay.
And he asked me to provide more sets of plans. So I did that last week.
We understand. The board members all have hard copies. I just wanted to be sure for process to know whether or not you were going to be pulling up documents for us to be looking at on the screen. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
But the board has received copies. They've had a chance to review them, and so we will just use those as our reference.
Okay.
Okay. So the way we normally start, and we can do that, is to ask the applicant, and that's you, Mr. Pasco, to describe for us what the project is that we're reviewing.
Okay. So it was originally a by rights project. It's a duplex, 2 townhouses that were to be sold as condominiums. I was provided a building. I provided all the information to the building inspector, pulled all the necessary permits. Construction was done. Sign-offs on Unit A were completed. Occupancy, up to the occupancy inspection that was provided. So we took down a decapitated mobile home and built this structure in its place. Same entry off the road. The driveway never changed. The lot didn't change. It was a simple build, and when completed, COVID hit, and I was unable to get into the planning board. So a month went by, another month went by, another month went by, and I have buyers here that are on the call that would also like to speak about their hardship through all of this. So my attorney advised me to get the condo docs all set up. He then submitted the condo docs for state approval Mr. Lavelle, who did the engineering, also advised me that he couldn't find anywhere in the town regulations where on this type of a condo project, town approval was required. My buyers were at that point just about homeless and needed to close on the property. So we filed with the state, had the condo docs recorded, and performed it, and actually did the closing for Unit A. That's the gist of the project. It's a simple build. It's a by right. We didn't expand. We didn't expand the property. It was built as a duplex by right, and the board was unavailable to do a Zoom meeting, as other towns do it or have done it through COVID. And we had to get the closing done.
Well, that's all well and good. But Mr. Lavelle should well know that that a condo conversion requires a subdivision application. And so that's why we're going through this process.
And I understand, and we're here to go through it with you. I have the Mylar, as Mr. Greenwood suggested, to bring here to get it signed. If the approval was done, we're here to get this completed. I would ask the town engineer, Dennis, I don't see your last name. I would call you by your Mr.
That's fine.
So have you had a chance to review the plan?
I have.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, the next, Mr. Pasco, the next step here is that I'm going to ask Glenn and Dennis to review their comments for us.
Okay. All right.
Do you mind if I go first here?
Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Pasco and I have talked several times. I expressed to him my concern with the fact that they had gone forward and done what I consider to be an illegal subdivision. I spoke with counsel about it. He agrees as well. And I mean, it's clear in our regulations on page 5.3 where we describe what a subdivision is for the town's from the town's perspective. And in the definition, in the very definition of subdivision, it says the division of a parcel of land held in common and subsequently divided into equal parts among the several owners shall be deemed a subdivision under these regulations through the condominium conveyance process. So for Mr. Lavelle to say that he doesn't see where our regulations require that this requires subdivision approval by the planning board is incomprehensible to me. And why we said back in February, before we were not holding public hearings, that this required subdivision approval. So I wanted to put that on the record.
And with all due respect, Mr. Greenwood, I got you the plans. I got the subdivision. I posted the bond and did everything in an attempt to do it through the town as suggested, as I was told.
I agree.
Okay. So the original plan was not to circumvent the town. The original plan was to process in a timely fashion with the town.
Oh, okay. So the bottom line for the board is that, and Glenn, you can go through your comments, which you should do, but we're really looking at an after the fact situation because the condominium has already been recorded, as I understand it, at the Registry of Deeds. So we are sort of going backwards now and formalizing the process. Okay, Glenn, would you like to go through? Oh, Ellen?
I just want to clarify something. I'm sure that Mr. Pasco just misstated it a little bit, not intentionally, but that he did say at the time, he gave the impression that the board had been aware at the time he got a building permit that this was going to be a condo conversion. And the building inspectors and all the inspectors in the office meetings have said he did everything about getting building permits correctly, but it wasn't until after the property was either built or almost completed that they heard anything about it being a condo. I'm sure that when Mr. Pasco grouped his timeline together, he was not trying to infer that, but the way I've written the minutes makes it sound that way. So I just want to clarify that based on information I've received by the inspector.
Okay, and with all due respect, Ellen, I did not misspeak and I did not misquote.
Well, then I'll put
that
it
is
exactly as you
that is
said it.
exactly how it. That's exactly how it happened, and I was building it to sell it as condos, but that's probably neither here nor there, right? At this point,
I just want to make sure the minutes were correct, but if that's what you wanted to say, that's what we'll say.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Lynn?
Well, if I understand you correctly, Mr. Pasco, when you applied for your building permit, you put on the building permit that you were going to build condos.
Did I? I don't know what I put on the building permit. I don't have it in front of me. Do you have it?
I wouldn't have a copy.
Neither would I. I'm in my car outside of the town hall right now.
Oh, okay.
It's very well possible that I did write condos on there, but it may not be written as condos. But I don't have it in front of me to verify.
Okay, Glenn, can we start with you and then we'll go to Dennis?
Sure. My comments are, this is the first public hearing for an application to convert an existing duplex into condominiums. This is the first public hearing for the condominium conversion. First scheduled for a hearing in March, the applicant has subsequently sold the unit as condominiums and recorded deeds, the condominium site plan, and condominium documents at the Rockingham County Registry of Deeds. I've spoken with Attorney Kalman and he advised me that we should determine how this occurred with the applicant and then move forward to bring this condominium into compliance. The plan for this condo conversion must meet the town's subdivision regulations, and as such, the following items from my perspective need to be added to the plan. Topographic plan showing 2-foot increments as required by 905-14C6. An endorsement block for the planning board as required in 905-14C9. The designation of the zoning district for the subject property, which is found in subdivision regulation 905-14C11. The plan does not indicate the surveyed monuments. I'm assuming that they're in place, but it doesn't, the plan doesn't really show that, and that's required in 905-14C13. Final impervious lot coverage needs to be added to the plan. That's required at 905-14C16. Building setbacks need to be shown on the plan as required by 905-14C17.
Unbelievable.
Falls over property lines, so these need to be developed. The septic system 4K area needs to be shown on the plan. That's required under 905-14C24. 905-14C28 requires a note that discusses travel ways being placed on the plan. 905-14C29 requires a note added to the plan that discusses fire protection. And then the map legend itself indicates several
shit out of a hat.
that I can't see displayed in the plan, so perhaps just the legend needs to be adjusted if those items aren't going to be shown.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Pasco?
May I say something, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Mr. Greenwood, months ago, when I first submitted the application, you had me miss a meeting because you said I had to make revisions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so at that time, how come we have 10 more revisions after the fact? Come on. You gave me your revisions and I had it all changed and I missed the meeting. We would have closed in March had you not if you had those revisions that they didn't occur. We did all the revisions. And now you really want to sit there and say that we have 10 more revisions and you didn't catch them on the first review? Come on. How is that even possible? Or is it because we're doing this after the fact? Come on.
Because at the time, I allowed the application to go forward so that we could get you to the planning board.
To fail.
Not to fail.
If you knew that the revisions needed to be done, then you were setting me up to fail at the first meeting. All adults here, right? Intelligent people.
Yes, we are.
You got to be kidding me that you're going to add all this on after the fact. That's a joke.
These are
It's a
requirements,
joke. You reviewed
these
the
are
plan. You gave me
requirements
the
that your surveyor could clearly
gave
have
me the
placed on the
revisions.
plan.
But you gave me the revisions the first time. Should have been all of the revisions. Do we agree or not, board
No.
members? How many times are you going to set somebody up to fail, to come back again and again? Come on, you're talking about people's lives and their livelihood here. You set me up to fail.
Okay. We need to bring this back to a conversation. We need to
Okay.
stop.
You're right.
I understand I can hear your frustration. Ellen?
I just want to add that one of the things that had happened the first time that the plans were submitted is they weren't complete. And that Glenn contacted them to let them know that there were things that needed to be done in order for them to get on the next agenda. It's unfortunate that the next agenda started the middle of the COVID crisis and caused this issue. But one of the things that had to happen was we also didn't have condo plans. I contacted Mr. Pasco to tell him that that was one of the things that he should also provide, along with anything that needed to be added to the plan. One of the issues was that it went to the inspectors, who said that the plan originally submitted was inaccurate and didn't show the site accurately, so there needed to be changes to the plan. So it wasn't just that there might have been some revisions, which are often discussed at the planning board level once it's received, but there were issues where the inspectors came back and said, this plan isn't accurate. And then I also contacted Mr. Pasco to say, if you're coming up with a new plan, you should submit condo docs too, because that needs to be reviewed by the board. So there were multiple issues that kept that first submitted plan off the agenda, and that agenda would have been March 3rd. But so it was kept off that one. It would have been on the next one, but the next one, unfortunately, was an issue that kept Mr. Pasco and many others off any board meeting. So I just wanted to add that there were multiple things that was.
And Ellen, with all due respect, you're right. There were multiple things, and we addressed those multiple things in the revision and resubmitted. You're talking 15 full set drawing sets. Each time there's a revision that we submitted, how would you get 3 revisions? The condo docs didn't provide or make any more revisions necessary. So how do you come up with 10 additional provisions that needed to be corrected after you already reviewed it? And you took a couple weeks to review it. It's a simple plan. It's it's a duplex. It's a simple thing. This isn't a 17 building condo project. This is a duplex. It's impossible that all of these details could not have been provided the first time you looked at it.
The instance occurs with condominium conversions that I would say about half of the ones that I have pointed out here are things that get asked to be waived because they don't really apply to something that already exists, like the topo information. That's something that frequently is not required or is not made to be put on a plan if there's a waiver request asked of it. That action takes place during the first public hearing.
I actually feel a little different. I feel like I'm being punished because of the COVID and the shutdown of the meetings, because it's incomprehensible that 10 additional provisions are necessary to get this plan in compliance. I beg to differ. I could see if you added 1, maybe 2, you're adding like 8 to 10 items here. Like you're pulling everything out of the book, right? You're pulling everything and anything that half of them probably don't apply, or more than half of them don't apply. And I just think that it's unfair after all this time to now have to throw all that onto the plate.
Well,
now
these things do apply, and they apply to a subdivision application, which this is.
Then they should have been on the first revision. I'm sorry. There's no way that he could have missed them, or that he was sleeping when he did it. Because how could you not know that all these things should have been told me the first time?
Okay,
I would have had to change the first time.
Right,
every time there's a revision, I got to pay for it.
Okay, I think that you have done enough accusing at this point, and let's try to move this along. Dennis.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, yeah, and if Mr. Pasco, you're sitting down, that's good. because Dennis has a long list here. So Dennis, I'll turn it to you.
Okay, I received the revised plans June 15th. The original plans that I received months ago was asked not to review because they were changes to be made. So my comments are based on the documents that I received June 15th, which were the 4-sheet plan set and a copy of the recorded declaration of the condominiums. So I offer the following comments for the board to consider at this time. Article 9053K, like Glenn just said, according to this definition, the plan is a subdivision and must follow the subdivision regulations. And so therefore, I've gone through and looked at the subdivision regulations and how they apply to this plan. Number 2, 9059C, a 4K square foot area must be shown on the existing and proposed future wastewater disposal system. 90511D, the existing gravel driveway is not 20 feet from the property line, and most of it could be relocated to meet this requirement. A mailbox location should be provided, approved by the postmaster, must be located on the plan. Number 5, a 90514C6, sheet 4 shows contour lines, but much of the lot is very flat. Spot elevations are required and must show a benchmark based on the USGS datum. I looked in the plan, I didn't see a benchmark, so I mean there should be a benchmark on the plan that refers to the USGS datum for the contour lines. Number 6, 90514C11, zoning district must be identified on the plan. 90514C13 and 90514I, corners of the lot must be monumented. 90514C15, you need to show the area of closure for the perimeter of the property. Number 9, 90514C17 and 18 show setback lines. Wetland setback must be defined by a wetland or certified soil scientist according to Article 202 2B, Table A, and also where the wetland is shown on the plan, you need to provide a soil scientist or wetland scientist stamp on the plan. Number 10, 90514C19, a site-specific soil map is required. 90514C20, landscaping must be shown. Number 12, 9051423, drainage. The plan should, as a minimum, verify that drainage and snow storage from the driveway does not impact the westerly property line. I don't believe any more drainage requirements would be required on this small lot. Number 13, 90414C24, provide the state approval for the sanitary waste disposal system. That's the approval number. It should be written on the plan to verify that it was a state approved system. Also, the existing water supply well protective zone extends over property line. I assume that a recorded well releases form has been obtained, and that should be noted on the plan that was obtained and recorded. Number 14, 90514C29, a note on the plan stating compliance with the Kingston Fire Department. Number 15, 90514J, sheet 4 plan. Signed by the planning board must be recorded. This sheet says not for recording. At the bottom right-hand corner, bottom of the page, it says this sheet not for recording, but there should be a plan with the planning board signature on it for recording. Number 16, sheet 4, the title says 6 Spruce Street, not Lane. I assume it's Lane because most of the documents identify it as a lane. But that page calls it a street, so that possibly should be changed to make it correct. Number 17, the map legend calls out the legend, which is on the left-hand side of the page. It calls out building setback, the septic setback, stone walls, 4K area, proposed dwelling, gas line, and tree line. All of those are not shown on the plan. So if they're there, they should be shown, or the legend should change to make it complete on this plan, because it's misleading to have that type of a legend without showing those features. Number 18, sheet 4 shows unidentified bold dash lines at the driveway entrance. I don't know what they are, but they should be labeled. Number 19 appears that, and I assume that the fence line along the eastern lot line is encroaching onto this property. An easement or a note should be added to clarify this feature. Number 20, sheet 4, there is text overwrite that needs to be corrected before the plan gets recorded. Now, again, like it was mentioned previously, a lot of these things sometimes are listed down as requesting a waiver from the specific requirements. So that's something that certainly could be done, but a lot of the things should be changed on the plan before final approval. And that's my report at this time.
Thank you, Dennis. All right. We have, before I open it up to the board for questions and eventually to public comment, we do have one department head that, at least it's the only one that I have, Ellen, from the health officer. And it says, ensure property owner is aware no sewage piping from garage. I don't have the plan. I did look at the plan earlier. I just don't have it open in front of me.
Yeah, the plan does state that the garage has an extra bonus room, but there is no plumbing that's going to.
There's no plumbing. There's two plumbing vents going through the roof. The previous owner attempted to put a bathroom in there. Very bad job. We had ripped that out first thing. Those pipes are capped. We didn't rip them out of the walls. We weren't going to start ripping walls open. They're capped on the roof so water doesn't go into the garage. There's no plumbing in the garage.
Okay.
There's a plan note to that effect.
Okay. All right. Board members, questions, comments? If you do, please raise your hand and I can identify. Richard?
I was at the inspectors meeting a couple weeks ago, and there was a thought brought up that if this was made into condos, which they didn't know at the time, there has to be a separate pump for water on each unit. And they said unit 1 was providing water to unit 2 or something. So that was one thing they stated concern over. I don't know if that's been corrected. They have not signed off on all the building, because when it changed to condos, it changes a lot of the inspection process.
That was done through the electrical inspector. The public meter was installed, so it's no longer being provided by unit 1. It is paid, basically the electric for that pump is being paid for by the condo association through a public meter. That was done at the request of the electrical inspector.
Richard, did you have anything else?
Okay.
Okay.
Not right now.
Yeah. Peter Coffin?
Yeah, I've got a question about the garage. And that is that it's not even mentioned in the condominium documents. The condominium documents state that there's one building, 2-story building with 2 units. And I was wondering if that was erected by, that garage was erected by a previous owner, as you stated. Why wasn't that included in the condominium documents?
Are you saying why is it in the docs?
Yeah, there's no mention of the garage in the documents.
I'm not aware of that. I don't have the condo docs in front of me, but it's clearly noted on the condominium plan.
The document says that hang on a sec. It says the condominium consists of 1 2-story wood frame buildings with basement, concrete foundation, and attic containing 2 units lettered A and B. and that they've been constructed. So that's a significant problem, since that was an existing building that's not covered in the condominium documents. It also, in the condominium documents, it says that the common area includes the septic system. And I'm just looking at the map, and I can't find the common area on there. I see 2 limited common areas.
It's a common leach field, Peter.
Right.
Each unit has its own tank.
Yeah, I realize that each unit has its own tank and there's a common leach field. However, in the condo docs, it says that the septic systems that are shared, portions of the pipes and septic systems are shared, are in the common area, and there's no common area that I can see shown on this map. It looks to me like a situation we had before, where a property has been divided into 2 limited common areas, which is basically just an attempt at a subdivision, with no general common area. So I was wondering if I'm missing the plans, is there supposed to be a common area shown on this, or is there no common area?
I was not the attorney that did the plans. I can reach out to the attorney and ask.
Right, but is there anybody else who can see a common area shown on the plans? We all have the plans here.
The only thing I see is the driveway coming in on the left-hand side. It shows the driveway as being common.
But there's a line right down the middle of it, delineating it. The left side of the driveway is common area A, and the right side of the driveway is common area B, on the south side. It doesn't delineate the driveway as being in a common area. There's no word common area, and the dividing line goes right down the middle of the driveway.
It sure does. Yep, it sure does.
And the reason I bring this up is because we did have a situation similar to this before in another part of town, and we determined that really didn't constitute a condominium when you don't have any common areas. It's everything here is either in Unit A or Unit B. And the condo docs are pretty much boilerplate, so they just define what common areas are, but they don't, and they say refer to the plan. But of course, the plan has a garage on it, and the condominium say there's only one building. So, given the current state of the condominium documents, they would have to be revised, and I would think that the plans themselves would have to be revised to show common area, 2 limited common areas. Usually, limited common areas are areas that are unique to each unit. It's like a patio for grilling or whatever. It's not just dividing the property in half.
All right, so that might be an issue. Lynn?
Just one comment, and that is that whoever happens to own Unit B may have difficulty conveying that property, conveying the garage portion of that property when it comes time to resell, if it's not mentioned in the condo docs. Because I don't know what the deed would say. If the deed, when it was transferred, included the garage, nearly everyone doing a title search and the attorneys looking at it compare the deeds to the condo docs and make certain that everything's right. I would think it would be a difficult, the seller could have difficulty in conveying the property in the future.
Glenn or Dennis, did you have any comments with regard to that particular issue? Either the fact that the garage isn't mentioned in the docs, or the issue Peter was mentioning about.
Well, I'd like to say one thing about that is that if the septic system leaching area is shown on limited common area A and isn't designated as common, when there's a problem with that system, the question would be who's going to pay for it, fixing it. If it's not common and it's into the limited common area and not defined as common, then the owner of of Unit B would be able to say, I'm not paying for it. It's on your limited common area. So I think that that's where a conflict could also come. And it could be cost a lot of money and a lot of legal costs to correct something like that when there is an issue with that system.
That's a good point, Dennis. That's actually in the condo fee is that's called out in the condo budget.
It might make a lot of sense, Mr. Pasco, to have you sold both sides of the property?
I'm not, yeah, Lynn, I have, your comments are great. I'm not in disagreement with you.
No,
If there was an error made and the condo docs didn't clearly state, although it says it on the drawing,
Yeah.
it didn't state that condo B gets the garage. That's a flaw that has to be fixed. No argument there.
It could be something. It could be quickly fixed.
The listing of that leaching field, not proper, and it's just cut down the middle. And the fact that that's not clearly stated on the plan or in the docs that is a limited common area is a flaw. It's a lot of the other stuff, the other long list of stuff that people may ask for waivers on that I'm not too pleased about after the fact. You're calling out some good points here.
Condo
with
docs,
the garage and the leaching field.
the condo docs do specifically say that the septic system is common to both units. They make that clear.
Okay. So maybe that was, it just wasn't shown on the site plan. Is that what you mean, Dennis?
Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Right. The plan doesn't reflect that.
Okay. That's a flaw that I agree with.
Lynn?
And I think that the condo docs can certainly be amended to correct those flaws in the
I've done
document.
it. I've had to do amendments in the past. It's
Yeah.
not
So
a big deal to do an amendment. Yeah.
That's a pretty easy fix.
And record it. Yeah.
Other comments or questions from the board? Ellen?
Mute.
Ellen, you're mute.
I am. I don't know if the condo docs that recorded were different than the ones we had received, but normally the planning board.
That was actually the recorded one, Ellen.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought I had it here with me and I have so much paper and notes around me, I can't find it, but when I looked at the condo docs, I always look to find that sentence that the board requires that says that any changes to the condo docs need prior planning board approval. That's not in it. And I thought that the county was being recorded in was incorrect. But again, I haven't looked at it in a couple of months. I don't know if that was caught before it was recorded, but I don't think it said Rockingham County in there. I think it had a different one.
Where would it be? Rockingham is where it was recorded.
Yeah, no, I think you're looking at I think you're confusing it with the veterans one, Ellen. Those reflected Merrimack County.
Because I didn't have it in front of me, so I'm like, I've read something recently.
Yeah, no, the condo documents for this properly reflect Rockingham County.
And do they have that sentence in it?
No, they do not.
Okay, because usually the planning board requires that as part of any condo docs, that any changes to a condominium needs to be approved by the planning board and not just changed and recorded. So, but I'd leave that to the board.
Other questions from the board? Peter Coffin?
Yeah, I don't know if Steve's gotten the lists from either Dennis or Glenn Greenwood, but I think that is something that he should be able to get emailed. And for example, while the condo docs can be easily amended, the plan has to be amended if for the septic system, because that's correct in the condo docs, but it's incorrect in the plans. It's located entirely in limited common area A. And whereas, for example, the garage is easily fixed in the condo docs and is correctly shown on the plans. So I think if he's provided a list of all the things that Lynn and Glenn and Dennis and I pointed out, it'd be fair to give him a full list in writing so that that the changes can be made, because it's clear that changes have to be made to both sets of documents.
So
Other,
I've got a lot of this list. May I?
yes, sure.
So I tried to scribble as fast as you were speaking, Dennis, mainly. What are the differences in the requirements from the state's perspective for a subdivision and the towns? Do they differ, or are they pretty much in line with each other?
Is that a question for me?
That's a question either for you or anybody that might have that knowledge.
Well, the town regulations refer to the state requirements, but there are a few other issues that the town is more stringent on, as far as the septic system is designed, as far as the well protective zone, those type of things. But
okay,
you have a plan. Yeah, I assume you have the septic system approved by the state, which must have been approved by the town prior to you getting it approved by the state. So all I'm saying is that information, the approval, should be written on this plan.
So I guess that being said, is it fair to say that your whole list is more of a town concern than the state, because the state approved the subdivision plan?
Yeah. Yes,
that's correct. Yeah.
That would
so
be
all
correct.
of these items are of more of the town's interest.
According to town regulations, yes.
It's town regulations that have been established by the town, and when an engineer does a plan for an applicant, they are obliged to follow those regulations. And if they feel that that a particular regulation doesn't apply, they can request a waiver, and the board can vote on whether or not to grant the waiver.
I see. So how many more meetings will this take? Because I think that, I mean, who decides what's required and what's not, though? So do I have to go back to, obviously, we've already got to see what happened with the advice of Mr. Lavelle, right? So what do we do here? I go back to him. He says, oh, you don't need this, 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 and this, and this. Then I come to another meeting, and then I argue those items, and then I go back again. Like, how can we nip this in the bud? How can we shorten this list to what's really important on this particular subdivision so that I can go get changes done in the short term, not 3 more meetings?
Well, if you and Mr. Lavelle are able to take the comments that Glenn and Dennis have, and they will get you copies of that. So I know you were trying to scribble it, but you'll have a copy of them, so you'll know specifically.
And I'm happy to indicate on my list those things that are typically, or in this instance, would be something that a waiver is something that should be considered. I'll indicate that on my list when I send it to you.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Greenwood. And I'm not going to rehash what happened 20, 30 minutes ago. But I remember asking you in the building, do you think these changes that you gave me were going to be, you gave me at that time, I can't guarantee, but this should be able to handle this in one meeting. And I'm not taking you to taking that to the bank. I'm just making a comment.
I indicated to you, Mr. Pasco. I indicated to you, Mr. Pasco, what we were doing with that first set of information was having the plan, the existing conditions plan, reflect what was actually on the ground. That was the set of revisions that you made in order to get on to the March meeting.
Actually, I had a closing, and I'm just speaking normally, right? I had a closing coming up, and I made it clear that please tell me whatever we need, any deficiencies. And I'm getting hit with it's like I just got arrested and I got 50 charges, and now I got to go back to my lawyer and get it down to 3. I mean, that's pretty much what happened here, because a lot of this stuff, if it's boilerplate, could have just been told to me on the first round.
I would posit that all of it could have been put on if Mr. Lavelle looked at our regulations.
So this is, I mean, this isn't Mr. Lavelle. This is Steve Pasco of Capri Realty that came in and met with you and asked you questions. And I basically relied on what you told me. And what you told me was a far cry from, this is just Dennis's list. I don't even have your list on this piece of paper. And I probably missed 5 of Dennis's items. This is a far cry from, yeah, that should be good. You know, you didn't mention any of these things. You don't have to defend it. I'm just saying,
I'm
very
I'm
disappointing
simply
at this
reflecting
point.
what our conversation was in the town hall, Mr. Pasco.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So to get back to your question, Mr. Pasco, assuming that you can take the comments that Glenn and Dennis have provided and do some diligent work with Mr. Lavelle to get the plans and the documents to reflect what they need to reflect, and to possibly request some waivers if you feel that that's appropriate. If all the stars aligned, that could be all wrapped up at whatever the next meeting is that we get together. But it's gonna depend largely on how well your engineer, and for the most part, takes those comments and works with them to modify the submittal. So other questions from the board? Richard.
I just want to kind of go back and talk about Mr. Lavelle for a minute. Your first statement was that he said that he didn't know anything that the town required to make this a condo. And he's been before our board many times. He knows the subdivision rules. You know, he knows the procedure. If he had gone through that procedure, he would have seen everything that Glenn has talked about. He would have put that on the plan the first time. You know, so you're trying to blame Glenn for not telling you about this stuff, but if your engineer had done his homework, that would have been on the plan.
I respect your opinion and your comments. However, I relied on everybody that I spoke to. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm a big boy. But Glenn and I know what happened in that conversation. And you know what? I sleep good at night. And I hope he does too. I know what was said to me verbatim. I got that kind of memory. And I know that I asked all the right questions and I got all the wrong answers. So I'll deal with Mr. Lavelle and his father, who's the one actually who told me and prompted me to do this. Jim Lavelle is the one who prompted me to go to the state first, because he said, you don't even need the town. I just did another one in Kingston without the town.
So
whatever it is, it is.
Well, right then and there, he gave you very bad and incorrect advice. So I think you need to have a chat with him as well.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry about that.
All right.
Most of these issues are to protect the people buying those condos. And I'm assuming they're the people up with the green walls. I don't know who you said they were online, but I don't know who they are. But
Chevalier.
almost everything we've brought up is to protect them. And this was sold without planning board approval, which there again gets into another whole issue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Other questions, comments from the board before we open it for public comment? Okay, I see no hands. Peter Coffin?
Yeah, upon looking closer, I did find that a common area listed that's on the driveway. I do remember seeing a comment from someone about the driveway being less than 20 feet from the edge, but it's an existing driveway, so I think that would probably be a waiver request.
Which one was that, Peter? So I know.
Oh, okay. There is a common area. You'd mentioned that Dennis, I think, had mentioned that the words common area do appear, and it's from the Spruce Lane paved, which is actually on the property, the end of the lane, down to the just past the driveway entrance that goes to the 2 units, it's split in half. It's a very small common area, but there is a common area. So it just doesn't include the septic system, which is kind of a big deal. So I think there needs to be some redrawing of the limited common area and common area lines on this plan to agree with the condominium documents and to make it look less like a subdivision as opposed to a condominium plan.
Okay.
Other comments from the board? All right, I think we will open it for public comment, and Glenn, you can moderate that, and if you
I think
see
the only
anyone.
person here for the public is Mr. Chevalier.
Okay, I see him in the picture. Does he wish to comment?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Chevalier, would you please, we have your name, but could you please state your address for the record?
Yeah, I bought, my wife and I had bought 6A Spruce Lane, and my wife is right beside me. You know, I was told during this whole process that when the COVID happened, that you weren't going to have meetings. I had reached out to a planning board member, asked what we could possibly do, because we were getting into a situation where we had to be out where we were and had no place to go. I turned around and the board member made a recommendation to call Ellen and ask for an emergency hearing, because it was going to end up being a hardship for my wife and I, because we had no place to go at that point. Her comment to me was it was on the agenda, and that's the only thing they could do. You know, and then we had our real estate girl call up again and ask for the same thing, and the same answer was given. This could have all this stuff. I get what you guys are doing. I'm disappointed in this board completely. I'm not going to lie to you, but with this being said and done, this stuff that you guys are requiring right now would have been taken care of if you guys had Zoom meetings like every other town throughout this whole state of New Hampshire. This could have been done. And now all of a sudden, he's getting hit by all this stuff that could have been resolved, and we would have been happy and go lucky. Everybody would have been happy. You guys would have been happy, and we're happy. Listen, we had no choice but to take care of this. He thought he was doing the right thing. They did it. They got the documents. We bought Unit A. We love it there. It's great there. I can understand what you guys want, but what bothers me the most is that you guys could have done this several months ago, and you didn't. And that's what bothers me the most. And reaching out to a board member, making a recommendation to me to contact Ellen to do an emergency hearing or a hardship hearing, and then getting, basically, I felt I was getting the brush off. And that bothers me. You know, listen, well, I do emergency services. I get this whole COVID stuff, and I understand it. But what I don't understand is a board not stepping up and saying, listen, we also have a town to run. And I don't think that happened here. I think, unfortunately, I think this planning board dropped the ball on that. And that's just my opinion. And if my wife wants to say something, she can. But you've said it all. I said it all. That's her comment. And it just bothers me that we're here today having to worry about this stuff right now.
Okay. We appreciate your comments. We're sorry for your troubles. I can tell you that we're not the only town that has not been meeting during this process. But be that as it may, Ellen, you had your hand up.
I just want to say that I was contacted by the realtor for this property by email and by phone, and they wanted to know if, due to the governor's executive order about being able to sign manifests outside of the meeting, if that was a possibility. And I told them unfortunately it wasn't. I mean, I tried to be as sympathetic as I could, but planning board wasn't having meetings. We hadn't worked out a way to have an emergency meeting or a hardship meeting. There's no thing. And unfortunately, in the town of Kingston, we don't have some full-time tech people like some other towns do that were able to get this up and running faster than this town was able to. We can only apologize, and I'm sorry for them, but
I apologize, and I disagree with you totally, because Zoom isn't hard to do. And obviously you guys got that taken care of. And I spoke to you personally and asked you, listen, this is what's going on. It's going to be a hardship. We had no place to go. Absolutely no place to go. And then the school did remote learning very quickly. So how can that happen and you guys not do that? That's where my problem is. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I'm just trying to voice my opinion. And, you know, and our son was affected by this also. He had to live somewhere else for 2 weeks till we could get into this house. So, you know, that bothers me. And, you know, and I just think you guys need to hear that from me, that is a resident of this town and loves this town because it's a great town. And just, it bothers me that it took so long.
And I could explain the technicalities behind the planning board issues and the town hall issues, but it wouldn't matter. You were inconvenienced, and I don't think anything we have to say would change that for you. And I can only apologize that this kind of thing happened to you.
Right. And your comments are noted for the record, and we are sorry that you have gone through what you had to go through. So, is there any other public comment? Glenn, do you see anybody out there wanting to speak?
No.
Okay, Mr. Pasco.
I would like to make a comment, a public comment. Mr. Greenwood, we had a very specific conversation about 62 Mill Road. And just for the record, I hope that we don't have the same problem over there, because I came to you and I told you that I was selling the property, and I asked you if the ZBA approval for the third unit would not be affected if the sale of the property went through. And you said you'd do everything you could to help me, and that the planning board had no jurisdiction, and that you don't even know why they included that on the ZBA's final decision. So I'm saying it on the public air here. I hope we don't have the same problem a second time.
What else did I tell you?
Say.
What else did I tell you? Because
you told me that the planning board has no jurisdiction.
I said
you don't even know why they were given to have a final say.
I said that the ZBA sent us in for the board's information. This is about a totally different parcel.
Yeah,
this has nothing to do with this.
And that's the point. That's the point I would like to make. And Glenn, I would love you to be able to defend yourself. But frankly, Mr. Pasco has brought up an issue that has nothing to do with this hearing. And,
okay.
I realize you want to use this as your platform right now, but that is a totally different application.
Okay.
So I'm Glenn, if you want to say something, go ahead. But it really is not part of this process for tonight.
I just wanted to include that I told him that I see no jurisdiction, and that's something that I had made clear in the discussions about this, but that the ZBA decision says we have to do it, and I directed Mr. Pasco that there would have to be an application.
Right.
And that I would help him with that process, and he's seeming to turn that on me. And
I'm not turning anything on you, sir. What I'm saying is, you just said it. One department within Kingston said the other department had no jurisdiction, has jurisdiction. But you're clearly with the planning board saying they don't have jurisdiction, but I have to go spend all this money to go get the site plan review for another parcel to get approval for something I was granted by the ZBA, but there's no jurisdiction.
No, the jurisdiction is that the ZBA directed it.
Asked you to jurisdict on something you don't have any jurisdiction on. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to close public comment now and bring it back to the board. What's the board's pleasure with this? I think you've heard probably enough information to decide how you would wish to proceed. Lynn?
I'll take a stab at it. I think that although the list of things that needed, that were in Mr. Quintel's list were extensive, most of them are pretty easy. I don't think we're that far off from getting a full approval on this. However, I think there's a little bit too much to do a conditional approval at this time. So what I'm thinking is getting Mr. Pasco back in here pretty quickly, with the revised plan so that we can get everything settled and moved on. I mean, the Chevaliers are in their house, so they're comfortable now. It's just a matter of doing the paperwork and the legality. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Pasco, if I could ask you one question. If we continue this hearing to July 7th, the new plans would have to be in by June 25th, which is really only about 9 days away. If we were to reschedule you for the 21st, then the plans would have to be in by the 9th. Just curious as to whether or not you thought your engineer could revise his plans in time for the July 7th meeting.
Well, I'll be at his doorstep demanding that it be done in time for the next meeting, that you first one you spoke about. Obviously, he flawed and he erred in his decision, right? So he's going to have to make good for this and get it done quickly. There's going to be some things on here, soil scientist, wetland setback. There's no wetlands documented on the plan, on the site plan at all. So I don't even know why we're doing a wetland setback, how we're documenting it if there's none there. Soil scientists, topo, it's a flat lot. It's like dead flat. Have you been there, Dennis?
Regulations require when it's have spot elevations.
Okay. All right.
That's what the
So
regulations say. I didn't make it up. It's on the regulations.
Okay. So some of these things, because they may seem overburdening me, and they're not really going to help anybody. Are we going to feel a little bit generous about some waivers, that things of items that don't mean anything? I mean, if it doesn't really hurt anybody and it's just in the regulation, but it may not apply to this lot. I mean, I'm not going to be able to get a soil scientist report within 2 weeks or 10 days. Landscaping shown, there's no landscaping done per the contract. So basically it's loom and seed. There's nothing to be documented there for landscaping. Drainage should be shown and all shown on the current septic design. Snow storage, how does it affect the westerly property? How am I going to prove that? I mean,
Mr. Pasco?
We don't need to go through all of those right now. It's something you go through with your engineer.
You need to go through that with the engineer, Mr. Pasco, and decide which ones you're going to show on the plan and which ones you think are justifiable waiver requests. And we'll deal with that at whatever meeting we end up at here.
Okay.
Peter Bakey had his hand up.
Just one thing, Mr. Pasco, recommendation. Some of these that have regulations obviously can be waived. They have to be addressed, but they can be simply waived and not follow through to the full extent. Regulations in the town of Kingston obviously can be dealt with on a waiver request versus trying to think
Zoning.
They cannot be waived. So some of these items there's actually a lot of the items on this list that you could request waivers on.
Okay. Well, that's what I was trying to say a little earlier, was that it's like I just got the book thrown at me. Compliance with fire department. The fire department's tickled pink about the project. Everybody's tickled pink about the project. I mean,
It should be noted on the plan. I mean, just go over that stuff with your engineer. You don't have to go over it anymore tonight.
Okay. All right.
Lynn?
Make a motion that we continue this hearing to July 7th with plans due at the town hall by noon on June 25th.
Second.
Plans by June 25 at noon. All right, motion by Lynn, second by Richard, did I hear?
Yes.
Plans and condo docs or just plans?
What did you say?
I said plans and condo docs?
I'll have them both revised in the same time. Yeah, it makes sense, Lynn, right? I'll just submit it all together.
Well, Ellen was only asking so that the motion is correct and that it includes everything it needs to include.
I will add and condo docs to the motion.
Richard, are you good with that as the seconder?
Yes.
Just before we vote, I just would like to just make a quick comment.
Who's speaking?
This is Chris Basha. I just want the Chris Basha.
we're in further discussion now, so go ahead, Chris.
Correct. So I just want to make a statement to the applicant and the residents that spoke as well, that, you know, I definitely don't think anyone on the board wanted to not be conducting business. And I know some of the other board members and myself included we're frustrated that we weren't able to conduct business, because the last thing we want to do is hold people up in the town. We're not known for being fast about the process as it is. But with that being said, I can only speak for myself. I know that I recognize that as a board, we need to ensure some flexibility in someone's moving forward. And I know I'm going to take into account our inability to meet over the past few months as I vote on items that may potentially come up for waiver and allow some flexibility to move some things forward, because as a town, we were not able to provide a service.
Other comments under further discussion? All right, so the motion is to continue the hearing to July 7. Plans due no later than June 25 at noon at the town hall. And those plans would also include condo docs. Is that how I understood it? All right. So Ellen, would you call the roll, please?
Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw. Chris, you're on mute. Chris? Nod? Oh, he's
I'm a
saying
yes.
Thank you. And Robin?
Sorry.
That's okay. And Robin?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm having bandwidth issues. That's why I have to keep turning off my video.
Okay. So this hearing is concluding at 8:15. Mr. Pasco, I think you have everything you need now and you'll get copies of Glenn's and Dennis's comments, and you can work with your engineer.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see you back on the 7th.
All right, Glenn, Mr. Chairman, would you please specify when I'll have those 2 emails? Can I have them by tomorrow?
Mr.
In order to do my
Pasco,
job, I've got to have them quickly.
if you send your email to the planning board address, I'll send it to you tonight.
Okay.
It's pb@kingstonnh.org. Just send me an email that has your email address in it, and I'll make sure you get it tonight.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Lynn wants to say something.
Oh, sorry. I was looking for papers here. Go ahead, Lynn.
I just wanted to say that for the record, I don't think there's a single member of the planning board that hasn't been totally frustrated with the fact that we have not been able to meet.
Concur.
Well, that's probably a fair statement.
Ditto.
I'm sorry?
I just said ditto.
Oh. All right. We'll call it, well, we'll say 8:18. We'll start the next and final hearing for the night. What did I do with it? There it is. Fieldstone Industrial Park, 34 Route 125, tax map R2, lot 13. The proposed project is to construct 3 6-unit commercial buildings, 12,000 square feet each, with supporting infrastructure. The existing parcel is undeveloped with gravel processing areas. All right. And who is here representing the applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Doug McGuire, and I'm with the Debate Group, and I am here representing John Wilder, who's also with us, who's the applicant from Fieldstone Meadow Realty LLC.
Okay. Well, welcome to both of you. And how will you be presenting plans on the screen, or will you just be referring to the hard copies that we have?
I have the ability. I have the full plan set on my computer that I could share my screen. If it's easier, I could kind of give a generic overview of the plans. You have all the same plans in front of you, I assume, and then I could get into the sharing on specific items if necessary.
Sure.
Just because I think it might be easier to follow through I've done a few of these Zoom meetings at this point, and sometimes the screen sharing is a little delayed. So it might be easier just to give a general overview to start, and then we can get right into the specifics if there's specific items to discuss.
Sounds good.
So what we have here is basically an undeveloped site right on 125. It's in the C3 zoning district, the commercial zoning district, and John and I had looked at a lot of different opportunities on this property. There's a lot of grade on the property, a significant amount of grade coming from 125 up to the viable part of the development, which is what you see being proposed to be developed. It's actually nice and flat up in that area. It's just a matter of getting there. And it certainly doesn't lend itself to certain uses that would be, obviously we can't do a retail component just from a lack of visibility. So in looking at that, we felt that this almost like a contractor bay type use would be very appropriate, just because it's tucked away enough that you wouldn't be getting any type of visual impacts, but still allows for viable use of the property. So what we're proposing to do is the property has an easement access right through the existing DOT property adjacent to it, which is directly to the south. In looking at that, it was going to be an aggressive drive to come up through that area, and there was an existing used access route to the property through the northern property, which was the existing Comcast property, which is a cell tower property. And so what we did to start this process is we started with Comcast, and in working with them to obtain potential easement access rights through their property, we saw it as a potential benefit for many reasons. One, it provides a single point of access for two properties on a busy road, 125. So it would be well received, hopefully by the town and by the state in that regard. And two, we're proposing to improve the existing access to the Comcast property. So it allows for an improved condition for their maintenance vehicles that have to maintain the cell tower. So we proposed an access way coming in the exact point of where the existing Comcast driveway is, but we did improve it significantly. As you'll see in our design plans, we've put a platform in coming in off the road and then reduce the grade to a more reasonable grade, allowing us to have the access point and then yet still be able to make our way up to the flat area of the site for development purposes. And you'll see in the site layout plans, which are sheet 6, the access way coming in off of Route 125, you'll see we're maintaining a connection with the cell tower area. And then you'll see that we're proposing to continue that drive up to a pad area of which we're proposing 3 commercial buildings. These buildings are 12,000 square feet in footprint, but 15,000 square feet in total square footage due to a potential mezzanine that would be above the almost like in the second floor area of a high bay area. The intent is for these bays to be used by contractors that may have larger equipment, larger machinery that they may look to store in these bays. And so he's proposing to have nice large overhead doors to allow for these vehicles to get in and out. And then also the mezzanine to provide for a little bit of office space just in case they need to do any of their bookkeeping or anything in this space. So he's had a lot of interest. Mr. Wilder's had a lot of interest in this. It seems like there's a lot of outfits out there that don't quite need their whole entire site to themselves, but could really benefit from a a bay or two. And so these are all broken up into 20, I believe 25-foot increments. And, so obviously those could be, a certain user could take one or to take two, or they could take the whole building potentially if their use warranted it. So you'll see that we have the two buildings with shared access, with a shared area for circulation in between the buildings. And then we have a third building, which you'll see on sheet 7 of the plan set, which is tucked down in the back corner. And it's just basically the same type of building, same style. So as far as drainage is concerned, I'll just give a quick overview on that, and I can obviously dive into it more deeply if there's any specific questions. But essentially, as you can imagine, the vast majority of this site drains towards Route 125. The grade is sending the water that direction. And so we've certainly accounted for that. And we've done a couple things. One, we have a detention system that you'll see on sheet 8, which is our grading, drainage, and utility plan. And that detention pond P1 is right kind of at the midpoint of the property, certainly dropping down in grade, but allowing for all that large area of developed impervious area to drain to it. We have a swale line to allow that to be all caught, and then that detention system will provide not only offsetting of the peak discharges, but also treatment in the form of a treatment swale that you'll see directly where it directly discharges to it. So what we then did is in working to offset the increases with the driveway, as well as protect DOT's right-of-way, we extended there was an existing settling basin on site, which was likely done just because of some of the excavation work that was done on site, just to make sure that there wasn't anything going out to Route 125. We've expanded that and increased it to provide a second form of capture and treatment prior to any discharge from the site. Landscaping, pretty minimal for this type of a property. As I said, there's really not much visibility of this site as it's tucked away in the back and upwards of 50 feet difference in grade from Route 125. But we are proposing some perimeter trees and plantings along the parking areas, as your regulations would typically like to see. We have lighting, lighting the access drive all the way through the property and lighting the property itself. And I think that's about all I have. We obviously have some more technical details. What I would like to let the board know is that due to the COVID situation, we certainly tried to take advantage of this unfortunate situation and move forward with as much progress as we could with allowing this to move forward before we got to meet with this board. And so we have already received review comments, as I'm sure you're aware, from Mr. Greenwood and Mr. Quintel. We've addressed, in our thought is we've addressed those in the plans that you have in front of you. I'm sure they'll speak to those items tonight, but we were trying to get a jump start on this, and I think we've been able to work well with staff on addressing their concerns. We've also applied for all of our permits and got those all in the queue. So we have a state New Hampshire DES alteration of terrain permit that we expect to receive any day now. We also have a full application in front of DOT for the driveway access connection. So with that, I will turn it back to the board and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I appreciate the overview, Mr. McGuire. Is the board comfortable with the plans that they're looking at? Is there anything that you'd like to see displayed on the screen before we start getting into comments and questions? Ellen?
I just to be sure, because I don't know, Are the plans that the board got different than the original plans that were distributed to the department heads? So then the department heads haven't seen the new plan. So they would have seen the old plan.
Correct.
Just so you'll know.
Okay.
I mean, so I don't know if the department head comments are based on a new plan, although Rich looked at the plan. No, he looked at the original plan. So the department head comments may or may not be accurate because they're not looking at the plan the board has.
Okay.
Well, the board, we submitted obviously the original plans. Those were reviewed by staff, of which Mr. Greenwood supplied a pretty in-depth review. And I'm not sure, Glenn, if those items were incorporated within your review, but obviously we have addressed all comments from staff and the peer review consultant that we were given at this point.
Correct.
I'm not making a comment one way or the other. I'm just clarifying that 2 sets of plans were looked at.
And from what I saw of the comments you provided from Richard, those comments I think still hold.
Okay.
We have two sets of comments, one from the road agent and one from building, hang on.
I think it's the building inspector.
Rich St. Hilaire and building inspector. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the only 2 that I saw.
Okay. And I will read those for the record, but I think we'll first go through Glenn's and Dennis's comments. Glenn, why don't you would you like to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so what I say is this is the first public hearing for this proposal, so the board needs to consider invoking jurisdiction on the plan. The following comments regarding a site plan review proposal depicted on a plan entitled Fieldstone Industrial Park, Kingston, New Hampshire, prepared by the Dubay Group. What I sent out to the board were the comments, the original comments that I made back in March. And then as you see, I've stricken through those that I think were responded to appropriately from the design team. And so from my original list of 17 comments, I've stricken through all but 4 of them, I think. So I'll just focus on the 4 that I didn't strike through.
Yep.
So the first one is the first comment from my previous memo talking about the access to the site. The zoning ordinance says that frontage will provide access, but I do believe that historically that's never been the case on this parcel, that the access actually has come from an easement provided from that northern property boundary.
That's correct.
So if in fact that is the case, I just reiterate what they say, what the design team said in their response to my original comment, and that's that there needs to be the information provided from the abutter, that the access easement that has been granted by Comcast conforms in entirety with the design plan that's being proposed by the applicant. So that's information that they'll have to supply, and that's not new information to them. They're aware of that and they intend on doing that, I believe.
And well, Glenn, before we leave that subject, the fact that it has traditionally been that way, does that give us reason enough to think that there's really nothing further that we need to pursue on that, except for making sure that the
yeah, I looked at the date of the ordinance, so it's gray to me whether the easement activity and the access to the site occurred before the zoning ordinance took place or after, but it certainly has been the historic case. And this board has reviewed a proposal previous that allowed that easement access as the access.
Right. And is that plan still in effect?
I would that that's certainly the site plan of record for the site.
So the assumption is that this plan is going to supersede that one.
Correct.
Is there anything we need to do in that regard?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. McGuire, are you aware of the previous site plan approval?
I believe we had it, but it was, you know, obviously we were making such a different proposal that I didn't put too much effort towards it.
Yeah. Okay, but you are aware of it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Glenn.
Okay. Secondly, this comment was my original number 6. Article 202.2B provides the manner for determining the buffer area around the wetlands. Who made the determination that only a 25-foot buffer is necessary, and has the planning board been given that soils report? The plan needs the wetland scientist stamp is an attendant question there. And my point being that I believe that the plans reflect that it's Gove Environmental Services that did the wetlands work on site, and they're certainly credentialed wetland scientists. So there should be a soils report, and I did not put my hands on that report because the 25-foot buffer is the least amount of wetland buffer that our regulations require. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we have in the record that that soils report to substantiate and back up the buffer as drawn on the plan. My original comment 11, is one about determining the appropriate number of parking spaces. And they have come up with a new number of parking spaces. And I would just like at some point for Mr. McGuire to go over that formula, because I'm not sure that it still dives in my mind. So I'd like there to be some discussion about that. There is the requirement that a 4K area be shown for every septic system. And so that's something that's going to need to be reflected on the plan at some point. And those were the 4 items that I did not strike out as being accomplished in the second plan that we have before us this evening.
Okay. Mr. McGuire, did you have any initial comments on those 4 items that you'd like to make now, or would you rather us just go on to Dennis's comments?
I think I could probably quickly address a few of Glenn's comments just while they're fresh in the board members' minds. One item, Glenn, and you may have missed this, but we did add 4K areas to the heating and drainage sheets. Those are sheets 8 and 9. So we did add a 4K area in, right in the vicinity of both proposed septic systems. So I think that one is covered. With regarding the parking calculations, I can understand the confusion because our initial calculations were a little bit incorrect on the originally submitted plans. They had a couple typos, and so we've addressed that, I believe, in this resubmission, but let's just quickly talk about that just because I think it's an important point for the board to hear anyway. So what we have is we have a mixture of 2 uses. We have a small amount of office space, which is the mezzanine space that we clarified on the plans. And that's basically 3,000 square feet per unit. And so we have a total of, it's 3,000 square feet per building total. So it's a very small mezzanine area, but we broke it up into that as being office. And so that would be, 9,000 gross square feet. Your requirements are 3 spaces per 1,000. And so that would be 27 required spaces. We then have the vast majority of the remainder of this space. I mean, this is not an intensive use, is it's warehouse space. And so this is going to be, like I said, storage for operators' equipment or what have you, or some of their supplies. And so what we did is we did that as a 2 employees per unit, because in our opinion, that was the most reasonable assumption based on what we would have for parking needs. These are not going to be heavy used buildings, as far as, you know, you're going to have 1, 2, 3 employees that are going to be using this facility and using the warehouse space. And so with that, that's another 36 spaces. And so we're calculating that we have 63 spaces required. And so what we're providing is we have 44 striped spaces. And so those will be, you know, your standard parking spaces, as well as we assumed that we would have 48 garage bay spaces. And the way we calculated that, and we feel that that's a conservative estimate, is that essentially every use could have at least 2 vehicles parked in front of one of their doors, one of their overhead doors. These are 16-foot wide overhead doors. The units are 25 feet wide. So there's certainly the ability for them to park 2 vehicles right outside. Now, they could certainly park inside the space as well if they wanted to, because it's all open high bay space. But what we did is we assumed that we were going to have 2 spaces per. These buildings have 2 garage doors. They have a garage door on each side of the unit to allow for vehicles to be able to pull through the building if necessary. So for that reason, we feel that the 2 spaces is actually a pretty conservative estimate, because realistically, you could probably have close to 4 spaces per unit by having, you know, 2 parking spaces on each frontage portion of the building. So that's how we came up with the calculation. I think that we have more than enough parking, but if there's any further concerns about that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Doug, the fact that a fair number of the spaces are the ones that you're counting are actually inside the buildings. Are you assuming then that those inside those bays, there won't be other business activity going on?
Well, for clarification, Mr. Chairman, I was not assuming that they would be in the building. I was saying that, I mean, they certainly could be as supplemental, but what I'm assuming is that we're going to have at least 2 spaces outside of the unit parked, meaning that area could be exclusive use area for each unit, and without it impeding the activity of any of the other units. So you could essentially have 2 parking spaces right in front of the door, and actually you could have that on each side of the building, but we only made that assumption on assuming one side. So that means you'd always have a garage bay of access without having to move any vehicles.
Okay. Well, while we're on the subject of parking, I know that it gets a little messy sometimes doing these calculations. Does the board have any questions or concerns about what's being proposed for parking? Lynn?
One, on unit 3, the unit on the westernmost side, it shows 2 vehicles parked in front of the end unit and 5 spaces on the end with a handicapped spot closest to the building. But I don't think anyone could get into that handicapped spot if there were 2 cars parked in front of that building. So you might want to just adjust something there.
Yeah, I think in that case, what we were looking to do is maximize the opportunity for parking spaces, because a lot of these, this isn't going to be the type of use which has customers coming to it. It's really going to be employees. So I mean, you're certainly right that space would get blocked in, but I think the only opportunity that we would have is to hash out both of those spaces and so therefore we'd be losing a space. If that's the pleasure of the board, I'm fine with that, but our thought was just that we could keep it just to maximize.
Ellen?
To go along with Lynn's comment, you can't assume that one of the people who are going to be working there isn't handicapped. So you have to make sure that those handicap spaces are actually accessible at all times, because otherwise you're saying we're not having anyone handicapped work here, and I don't think you probably don't want to say that publicly.
I don't know. I don't think we want to say that. And I think you bring up a good point. I think what we can probably do is eliminate that space, shift the handicap space down, and there just be a larger hatched area of pavement. Ultimately, could a employee park in the hatch space? Probably. So I think it doesn't take away the intent. So I think we can make that adjustment to the plan.
Okay. Before we go on to Dennis, Doug, did you want to address Glenn's item number 6, which was the issue of how that buffer was calculated?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for reminding me of that. Glenn was correct in that we are working with Gove Environmental for their wetland delineation. And when this comment came about, we did have Luke Hurley, who did the delineation, make an additional visit and perform a functions and values evaluation of the wetland. And we do have that. And Glenn, I apologize. I thought that I included that with our resubmission package. If I didn't, the intention was for that to be included, but it is complete. And basically, Luke made the determination that this was largely a man-made constructed, an area of wetland because of the way that the previous development had happened on site. And so it had very little function and value as it wasn't a natural wetland. And so therefore he gave it like, I think 1 point or whatever, and 1 point allows for it to be a 25-foot buffer.
That's the thing that shot off the red flag. So maybe it is in the information that you submitted and I just didn't see it. I'll take another look. If I can't find it, I'll just let you know that I need you to send it on to me.
What I can do is I can certainly just email it to you again. That way you have it. And also, if there's any members of the board that want to hear the specifics, I could get up, move to my other computer, and grab it if necessary.
I did get a copy, so you do have it, Glenn, somewhere, I'm sure.
Beautiful.
I did get a copy.
Thank you, Dennis.
So it should be on the emails, Doug, somewhere.
Okay, very good.
I'm assuming that we're okay and we don't need to be looking at plans on the screen for this. Doug, that's what you were suggesting, right? That you could bring something.
No, I guess what I meant was if any board members want to hear the exact language of Mr. Hurley, I do have that. I just would have to get up for a second and grab it.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody waving or shaking a head, so I'm assuming we're okay. Just for my benefit, Glenn, that depression, which now is considered a wet area, was that the result of some of that excavation that was done years ago on that site?
I think that's possible.
During the extraction process?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it sounds like that's sort of what Luke's determination is.
Well, that's what it sounded like to me. I was just curious if you knew. Okay.
Oh, and before you go to Dennis's, I just want to deposit the thought out there for the board to think about. It's been a while since we dealt with this property, and there may be an interest in a site walk up there. I meant to put that in my comments and I didn't, so.
Okay. Well, the board should be thinking about that as we continue on here. And keep in mind, we need to be thinking about jurisdiction as well. Ellen? You need to.
Does anyone remember if that wetland is up there because the board required it to be up there with the remediation that was done on that property?
Remember,
I thought it was added because of runoff, the back of the lot onto the property abutting it.
We'll probably just have to
That's
pull
not
it.
my understanding of it. When I talked to
Give me a minute.
Mr. Early years ago, and the contractors that were there working at the site when I did my first inspections up there, that it was a wetland that had been there for an extended period of time. Now that it's a wetland, it's considered a wetland, and it has to you have to apply the full dealings with what a wetland is at this point in time.
Right, and it's just a matter of determining what its functional value is, and therefore what the setback can be, or what the setback needs to be. Okay, Dennis, how about we go through your list?
Okay. So I got the following documents April 28th, and just want to mention too that Mr. Wilder did call me a couple of times over the past few weeks asking for copies of my review, and I have been working on it at the time, but didn't finish it. But I explained that I send my comments to the planning board, and it's up to the planning board to distribute them accordingly. So so that's why I didn't send them directly to Mr. Wilder, and I'm sorry that they didn't get to you before then, but that's the procedure that we follow. So I got the 29 sheet plan set, and the DES AOT permit application with the drainage analysis. I also got the response letter from to the engineering comments from Mr. McGuire. Also the response letter to the planning board comments from Mr. McGuire. Two sheet plan of the truck circulation on site. And I also got the wetland buffer determination letter from Gove Environmental. And that was dated April 22nd. So after review of the following information, I deleted my previous comments that I believe that were addressed. And I offer the following comments to the ones that either I didn't think were completely addressed or were addressed, but still need to be something the board needs to have on a list of things to look for. So the first one was number 2, about the buffer. And my previous comment was about that. And in the previous site plan review in 2015 provided plans that were reviewed and approved by the town showing a significant larger buffer zone with an extensive planting scheme, and perhaps the board should accept some or some similar type of buffer to protect these wetlands and protect the future encroachments. The site-specific report submitted with the results of only 25 feet is required, and perhaps a third-party review of that required buffer should be conducted. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the plan that was submitted before with the buffer zone around it with significant plantings. And I think that the planning board has copies of that in their file. And it's certainly a lot of that buffer zone is well more than 25 feet. So whether that was required at the time, whether it was proposed at that time, it was approved at that time. So there's some gray area here, I think, that needs to be corrected, and possibly, like I said, a third-party review may be an option. My item number 10 was provide a copy of the sanitary waste disposal plans for review, and they did say that they would do that, but we haven't seen those yet. Number 11, 9046H, the regulation require 4 feet asphalt for parking. The detail on sheet 20 plan shows reclaimed asphalt for the parking area. Vehicle storage note 6 states that vehicles will be parked on paved surfaces. So you can't say you either got to do it one way or the other. But I'm not sure that reclaimed asphalt is not in the regulations. So that's something that needs to be dealt with. Number 12, Article 9046J, site plan must comply with the fire department protection regulations, and there probably should be a note that says that on the plan. Number 13, 9047, if there will be vehicle service, storage, or recondition anywhere on the site, then the plans need to provide test wells. There is a note added to the plan on sheet 6. The notes explain about that, but I believe the location of the proposed test wells should be shown on the plans, and also to provide a detail for the test wells, that how they're going to be installed. Number 16, talking about parking. I suggest checking the garage bay parking, because with 3 buildings at 6 units per building, that's 18 times 2 is 36. So I believe there's 36, not 44 spaces for in front of the buildings. That's the calculation note 20 on sheet 6. And again, I noticed the same thing about the handicap parking space at the end of the back of the building. That needs to be removed. So also based on this plan, it's my assumption that in front of the first building, between the first building and 125, there will be no cars parked on that flat area at any time, since there are no parking spaces there. So I just want to bring that up. There's a big flat area, but no parking spaces are shown on that. So I wouldn't expect any cars to be parked in that area. Number 18, Article 904, 15B10, mitigate the impact of parking with grass and shade is really an issue that talking about the parking. Trees have been added and shown on sheet 10 in the landscaping plan. The plan shows large level areas labeled with reclaimed asphalt. If these areas are not intended for parking or travel, they should be grassed. The number of trees and location do not fulfill the intent of the regulation, so this design should be reviewed for acceptability by the board. Number 20, NHDOT and AOT permits are required and are noted on the plan. Also, with greater than 25 people on site, I believe the drinking water permit will also be needed from the state. Number 21, soil test pit data must be provided. And it has been provided, but it doesn't say who logged the test pits and who witnessed them for the town. Should be also included on the test pit data, and a stamp a septic designer for who does the test, who did the test pits. Number 25, it would be prudent to provide documents to verify that the proposed construction work on the abutting property on R2 lot 14 is acceptable, which was previously mentioned. Number 34, infiltration pond 2 should be provided, and it does verify proposed exfiltration KSAT value of 0.3 inches per hour. That was changed to 0.3. The on-site soil analysis was provided, stating that the conditions of the site are Canton, deep well drained with deep to water table greater than 80 inches is what a Canton soil is, and Newfields, which is deep moderately well drained soil. The test pit results show seasonal water table range from 12 to 36 inches. So again, I'm suggesting perhaps a third-party review of the existing soils should be conducted, and possibly additional test pits may be required, since the previous owners did quite a bit of excavating and removal of much of the original soil on the site. Number 35, specific plan details for Pond 3 and Pond 4 to clearly show a site contractor to construct based on the drainage report. I understand it. read the drainage report and I understand what's happening with those ponds. Should be clear how the outlet pipes, I think you'll understand, Doug, that should be clear on the plans, how they actually build those ponds. So that's an easy thing to fix. Number 36, Article 309, 16, 38, 21, and 908, 16, 6A, about the long-term maintenance for these drainage structures. The document is supposed to be recorded in the registry of deeds, and the response states that the applicant will record the document. So that's something that needs to be done, and they say that it will be done. Number 37, Article 908, 16, 3B1, all stormwater measurements must meet the best management practices set forth in DES Stormwater Manual, and ask for the BMP worksheets. And worksheets were provided, and suggest to check the areas to the infiltration pond number 2. And I'm not sure that those were correctly done. Plus the KSAT value was set at 3 inches per hour, not 0.3 inches per hour on those BMP worksheets. So that's an easy thing to check on. Number 38, 13, 01B, 6B2, no subsurface disposal shall be located within 100 feet of the wetlands, was my original comment. The system was moved away from the wetlands and is now 100 feet away from the wetlands, but now it's less than the required setback to DES requirement for open drainage, which is that treatment swale that comes from the back detention basin. So that's something that needs to be checked and addressed. Number 39, the drainage report. Site-specific soil survey is included in the report. The previous site plan review in 2015 provided a stormwater analysis, and the site was modified according to the approved post-development design. That action provided a stable site. And since the site was stabilized at that time, I have no objection to considering the existing conditions as pre-development in this analysis. And stormwater mitigation according to the proposed site changes. I suggest that you take a look at the time of concentration for each watershed. It should be calculated, not estimated direct entry, because that's not really how the runoff works, and it does change the calculation numbers. So I really think that that's something that you need to change, because it will change the peak rate of runoff. So the revised calculation should be provided accordingly. Turning radius for the fire trucks, that's really up to the fire department, and hopefully they will review that and submit their comments based on the turning radius and the slope going in, and other issues as far as the site plan is concerned, and not just the buildings. Additional comments from my previous review was number 36 on sheet 7. The on-site snow storage will contain de-icing chemicals. The snow storage areas should not be in the wetland buffer as shown, or in the infiltration basin before, which is shown over to cover over the pipes and the spillway. So those storage, those snow storage areas need to change. Number 47 on sheet 7, note number 4, it just ends. It should be completed. I'm not sure what it's intended to say. Number 48, sheet 10. Trees should not be planted in basin P3. In the landscaping plan, that 3 trees are supposed to be planted there, but that's right detention basin, so it shouldn't be in the basin. And number 45, 49, I think it's prudent to show a north arrow on each plan. The first plan showed in one direction, but the site was flipped over, and so I think if you show a north arrow on each plan, it should be easier to understand where things are. So those are my comments at this time. Obviously, when revised plans come in, I'd be happy to take a look at those and make comments accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Doug, given the length of the list, I think it's inappropriate to ask you to just verbalize and go through a response to each one of them. But if you had, specific things that you'd like to mention now for the board benefit, by all means, it's your choice.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is I think it's a little unfortunate that we weren't able to get these comments sooner than this point, since we dropped off these plans in April, and now here we are in mid-June. And I think we could have had an opportunity to really do a full nother review with staff prior to this meeting and take better advantage of this, the delays with the planning board meetings. There's some of those comments I think are important, and it's difficult for me to comment on them as they're just being listed off. But I think some of those comments are very important and need planning board input, because obviously I think some of those, and this isn't to say that Mr. Quintel's comments aren't valid. I mean, I think it's good that he's bringing up these items so that we're all on the same page. But I do feel that there's, items that should be discussed. For example, the reclaimed asphalt. This was done intentionally, and I want to explain the reasoning behind this. So what you'll note is in the site plan layouts, which would be sheets 6 and 7, you'll see that there's some areas of hatching, and then there's areas that don't have hatching. The areas that don't have hatching are regular proposed standard asphalt pavement. This includes the full driveway access from Route 125 all the way up to the flat portion of the proposed site. It also includes all the parking spaces along the southern perimeter, of the site. So the rest of the area is done in this reclaimed asphalt material, and the reason being is because of the nature of this type of operation. These commercial buildings are going to be for support of, as I stated, large vehicles. This would include tracked excavators and other construction related equipment that would need to maybe be dropped off to be serviced. And what you'll find in these type of contractor developments is that pavement doesn't really work, because pavement gets chewed up by these 100,000-pound machines getting dropped on them all the time. And so for that reason, and John Wilder, the applicant, is very much aware. He does this business. He's going to be taking on some of this space for his own personal use, but he's well aware of that concern, and for that reason, that's why we're proposing the reclaimed asphalt pavement. If anything, this asphalt in some ways is not fully impervious, because if it's not a full solidified asphalt, water probably can and will get through it and naturally infiltrate in the area. But we've specifically not taken that into any consideration in our drainage analysis at all. So my thought is that this material likely will drain. I think you're going to see far less actual drainage making it to the pond areas because of this wrap. So if that would require a waiver, that's something that we would look to see if the board would entertain that, because of the nature of this project. As I said, the full access is right by right and everything. It's just the area of loading and unloading. And you'll note that there is large areas, as Dennis mentioned, there's large areas of this wrap, and that's intentional for more than one reason. There's the assumption that certain larger vehicles will need to be accommodated on these sites, including if someone has, let's say, a flatbed that needs to be serviced, they can use this extra area to take a wide turn to be able to straighten out their flatbed to be able to bring it in for servicing within their bay. There's also areas, and I think it was good that Dennis brought this up because I do want us to be on the same page with this. You know, there was an area of widened, reclaimed asphalt area right in front of the first building. That is not intended to be used for conventional parking of say employees. However, it certainly would be intended to be used as supplement area for the uses of these contractors. So for example, if and this would be done in an understood manner, whether, how the space was allocated, but the thought would be to allow for if somebody has a dump truck that they are done servicing and they want to park it on that extended area, that would be the thought. Again, as I started our presentation, I felt that this is a very good site for this, because it's not like we're tucking all of this type of activity right up against the road. It's very far setback into the property. And so for that reason, I think there should be a little bit more leeway and flexibility allowed for this type of use, because it's really the ideal spot for it. So I certainly would like to get a little bit of feedback from that. I'm hoping that we don't have to do, multiple third-party reviews and additional reviews on some of these additional items regarding the wetlands or the soils on site. I can say that, using a Newfield soil of a case out of 0.3 is exceptionally conservative, in my opinion. I mean, I don't think you're going to see a soil be much less or much slower than a 0.3. So essentially, we're not even using it for, to lose much infiltration. Regarding the buffering, it may provide some comfort that intentionally we have one of our drainage detention systems adjacent to the buffer, which will obviously be allowed to naturalize and provide a more natural buffer to the buffer. So the area that's directly adjacent to that, you're going to have an intercept swale so that water, untreated water, will not go directly to the wetland. And then you'll have a detention system which will naturalize and vegetate, and obviously it'll be maintained for its drainage purposes, but it will become a naturalized area to extend the natural green space of that existing wetland buffer. And I can only go by, I don't have quite as much of the history, the old history, but I can tell you that the state of this, so to speak, wetland, it's not the fact is it's not a high functioning wetland. Now, maybe it was, I don't know if it was supposed to be or what, but the reality is it is what it is right now. And I don't think that it would be appropriate to limit Mr. Wild's potential development if it's truly not a high functioning wetland. Right now, it's really just collecting drainage from the existing site. So if anything, we'll be hopefully increasing the function by providing some treatment prior to that water going in there. There was a number of other comments that, I would have liked to have spoke to the board about tonight, I think, to be able to get some better direction. Maybe that can be done through staff, through Glenn, through in addressing these remaining comments. But I think for the most part, we're on the same page, and I think I would like to get some feedback on the board's feeling towards the use of the wrap on site, their feeling towards how we're handling the parking. As I said, I do think it's conservative for this type of a use. This isn't a conventional retail establishment that's seeing visitors, and I think that's a big distinguishing factor as well to consider in the use of the wrap. This is for the use of these of these contractors for their own personal use. And, you know, we really want to provide them with something that's going to work well for them, and not, you know, especially if this isn't an area that the public's going to be visiting on a regular basis.
Okay. Well, we should open it up for board comment at this point, I think. Doug, just a couple of things that we've covered most of it. You mentioned that the DOT application has been submitted. That's in process.
That's correct.
We've talked about the parking. Oh, and this is a tiny thing, but on sheets 2 and 3, it indicates the commercial zone as C2 on those 2 sheets, and it just needs to be C3 as it shows on the other sheets. So it's a tiny thing, but
No, appreciate that. I'm putting a note right now.
And you indicated, you sort of talked a little bit about the types of uses that would be taking place on the site. Oftentimes well, maybe I should ask the question, Glenn, do we have for that zone a list of already permitted uses, or would we be approving this with a list of typical uses?
I mean, there are approved uses for that zone. But I get what you're getting at in cases where we've had developments where the proposal is, or perhaps the contractors' units, we've established a list of uses that wouldn't require additional input from the planning board.
Right.
So, I mean, that's something we probably should consider for this.
Yeah. Lynn?
And I haven't given that any thought at all.
Okay, well, maybe the applicant can give it some thought, but Lynn?
I think when we look at the uses that are already there in similar projects on that part of Route 125, I would think it'd be fairly comprehensive at this point, and certainly a lengthy. When you look at there's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects like that on the on that part of 125, and they all seem to have similar uses.
Right. I guess where I was going though is if the applicant has a specific defined list or proposed types of uses, it would be good for us to know that, and we could roll it into whatever the approval is that happens on this. Ellen?
I just didn't know if before you let the board start to join in, if you wanted to read department comments first.
I can do that. Let's see, the first one is from building inspector, and there are 3 items. And this appears to be, Ellen, this is from you based on a conversation with Robert Stewart.
Yeah, we didn't have some comments received. We don't know if they got lost in the office or whatever. So Robert told me his, and so did Richard.
Right, Rich St. Hilaire and Robert Stewart. So the first item on Robert Stewart's list, the building inspector, concerns with the proposed driveway, impact on abutting property / slope, refer to the road agent's comments about the driveway, same as Robert's comments. Number 2, questioned the fill that had been leaving the site and then the fill coming into the site. Had anyone checked on the fill coming into the site, where it came from, any concerns with it from anyone? The town had issued a cease and desist on it, but he was unsure whether anyone had checked where the fill had been coming from to make sure that there were no problems with it. And number 3, he added that he had no additional information on the buildings themselves or the uses to make any additional comments on the proposed structures. Okay, so he's saying there that he didn't have the specifics on the actual buildings, Ellen?
He said that those things often come in later, but he just wanted to leave that comment that he's not saying anything specific about the buildings themselves because he wouldn't have anything at this point necessarily.
Okay. All right. So that email was dated June 16 of 2020. The next one is from the conversation that Ellen had with Rich St. Hilaire, the road agent. This one's dated June 15, 2020. There are 4 comments. The first one, he has questions regarding the elevation of the driveway, the need to fill land that they don't own. And this goes back to the one that Robert was talking about. It says there is a lot of work to do on a piece of property, R2-14, that they don't own for the driveway. Is there an easement to do this work? Question. 2, at station 350 degrees, they are cutting soil away at the driveway, making the driveway to the cell tower steeper, and it is already too steep. Is Comcast aware of these changes? And he refers to sheet 12 of 24 regarding the road profile. Number 3, the parking lot, see sheet 4, encroaches on the 20-foot setback. Can see this better on sheet 5. Need 28 feet to go around the building. And finally, number 4, he has a question about the wetlands, as it appears to be a lot of impervious surface along the wetlands. He suggests that the board should have another authority confirm that it is acceptable. Need to keep water/sheet flow out of the wetland, but still maintain enough to remain a wetland. So those are the 2 sets of comments that we received from town departments. And Ellen, I'm sure you could forward these to Mr. McGuire if he would like to have copies of them.
Well, I don't have any information from Mr. McGuire on how to contact him. So he'll need to contact the planning board.
Yeah, I can certainly forward you his contact information, Alan.
Okay.
Or you can forward me those comments and I'll send them along.
Anyway.
Either way.
Actually, Glenn, you were included on the distribution list for both of these.
I actually read them today, so I have them.
You have them, yeah.
I will get them to Doug.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. So why don't we, at this moment, toss it out to the board and see what they think. Oh, but maybe the first thing we ought to talk about, because it could be a kind of a gating item for you, the applicant, and that is the issue of Glenn brought up regarding the driveway, and the fact that our reg says that access should be from the frontage, and in this case it's not, but traditionally it hasn't been because that's the way this property has been developed. So I guess the question is the board okay with this as it's proposed, and or do you have concerns about it?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, we have a comment from Richard saying he's okay with that, the way it's proposed. Peter Coffin?
Yeah, same here. I just want to make sure that they do have a written easement so that to protect them as well as Comcast and everybody else and us. So that should be part of their plan as a reference to the easement.
Yeah. Okay.
As well as there is another easement. I noticed access easement on the south side of the property that looks way too steep to be useful. So the fact that exists, though, would indicate that there may not have been an easement written for the property to the north.
Chris, did you have your hand up? You're muted.
Yes, but he has his thumb up.
Thumbs
I think
up.
he's
You're
telling
okay.
it's okay.
All right. Anybody else wish to comment? Lynn?
I'm okay with it.
We probably ought to do that by motion, just so that it's clear in the record. But before we do that, we have not accepted jurisdiction on this. So, Ellen, yes?
Am I muted? No.
No, you're not.
I would question whether or not, based on the fact that the property that was recently developed, that same property that was developed, was a remediation. And I certainly think that that's the right place to have the driveway, but I think that the board should look at what the plan says about whether or not that property is supposed to be used or not used anymore, or what the board's decision was on the last plan with remediation to determine the actual status of the driveway for that property. I'd hate to have somebody challenge that it should have gone to the ZBA based on past board action. Maybe somebody's already looked at it, but I just think you might want to take a look at it to make sure there's nothing on that plan that's going to somehow impact this plan negatively before they go ahead. I mean, to me, it's an obvious thing that wouldn't the ZBA automatically agree to it, but if it needs to go to the ZBA, I just think you'd want to look beforehand and not find out 2 months later if somebody else looked at the plan. Now, maybe Glenn has looked at it and it's perfectly fine, in which case, okay. But I would think you'd want to confirm that.
Okay. Glenn, have you looked at that?
I have not looked at the final plan for statements about for future use of the parcel now. I don't remember that from the first proceeding, but I haven't checked it.
I have to say just something else. That went back and forth with those people so many times. I don't remember what we did, but I think that was my point, that maybe we just want to look so this guy's not put behind an 8 ball before they keep moving forward.
I mean, I'm happy to look into that.
All right. So the suggestion then is that perhaps it would be premature to make a decision on that tonight without knowing that.
And I think the gentleman knows by the board's thumbs up and everything, the way the board's going. And if Glenn finds out that there's no issue, then he doesn't have to do anything except to get a final decision from the board, but he'll know that. I just would hate to have this gentleman think he can go forward without any problem and then find out 30 days from now, oh, by the way, you had to go to the ZBA when he could have done that ahead of time. That's all.
Yep. Okay. All right. Other comments or questions from the board? Peter Coffin? And you need to.
Okay, got it. I think that judging from Dennis's comments and the fact that there's been fill brought in and out and a lot of material removed from the site, that our normal procedures are to get our own soil scientist to do an evaluation as a backup, especially where there's this much difference between what was originally shown in remediation of an 85-foot setback and the 25-foot that they're proposing. I would think it'd be wise to get a second opinion, and in doing so, that the soil scientist can do a soils types evaluation, which is the other thing that Dennis was talking about. So I don't think that's an unreasonable request. It's very normal for us to do that.
Right. That is something that the board would need to vote on if they choose to do that.
Right.
Which means it would require a motion, of course.
Right, and we also should accept jurisdiction first.
Well, yes, that we need to do that.
One other comment was I noticed in the lighting plan section, this is a really kind of a minor thing, but the description of the 3 types of lighting devices, only one of them says that it doesn't have uplighting. The other 2 don't just say anything and have any indication about compliance with night sky regulations or anything else. And I think that we should make Doug aware that the town regulations do require that the lighting be night sky compliant.
We always use night sky compliant these days. I'll make sure that those notes are appropriate, but they're all LED flat panels, dark sky compliant.
Lynn?
Okay, and thank you very much.
Hang on.
Make a motion, we accept jurisdiction.
I'll
there a
second
second?
that. Yeah, I'll second.
Motion by Lynn, second by Peter Coffin to accept jurisdiction on this plan. Further discussion? There being none. Ellen, would you please call the roll? Once you unmute yourself.
Detailed.
Yeah.
Glenn Koppelman,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Fashaw,
Yes.
Robin DeGray.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's unanimous. So the board has, considers the plan complete enough for further consideration. That also starts the 65-day statutory clock for making a decision on the plan. All right. Now, other questions from the board. All right. Well, while you're thinking, Glenn, do we have? Well, we have Mr. Wilder, the property owner, I assume.
Yes,
I don't know.
I believe he's the,
I don't know if he had anything he wanted to say. Doug, do you know if he did?
Unless there's specific questions, I think he was going to just be a silent listener tonight.
Okay. I just wanted to give him the opportunity if he had something he wanted to say.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
is the board interested in doing a site walk?
I don't need one. I know the property well.
I will say not to try to overly dissuade, but it's kind of a boring site. It's very much open. There's not much to see as far as the, and I think I'll just quickly, I want to add, because that was the first I was hearing some of those comments from the road agent tonight. And I do want to point out that, in my opinion, this is a substantial improvement to the existing condition of the Comcast Drive. And I understand that that there's some cut associated with that, but that's to make this driveway significantly more compliant. The existing driveway is about 16% right now. So we're bringing that down substantially. And anyone that drives by will note that there's really no platform at the entrance, and we're also improving that. So I know it looks like a lot of grading, but we've been directly, I've talked to Comcast many times on this, and they've been involved in the process the whole way. They'll be co-signers on the DOT driveway permit, so they'll be well aware of the improvements that we're making, and also they'll be supplying us with the legal easement agreement to go through. So they're looking at this as a very much a positive to their site, because obviously it'll be pavement instead of gravel, reduced grade. So just wanted to clarify that as we're discussing.
Okay. Ellen?
Am I muted? No. Just that you mentioned that it's existing at 16% right now. Would you like the record to reflect what you're bringing it down to?
Sure. We're right now we have it at I think it's a little under 9%, 8.75, which honestly is perfectly fine for this type of a use. I mean, obviously this isn't intended to be a heavy traveled arterial road or anything like that.
Other comments or questions? Lynn?
I'd like to make a motion that we waive the requirement for 4-inch asphalt and replace it with reclaimed asphalt.
Before we take a second on that, that's a regulation, is it not?
Yeah.
Would we
Good
not
regulation.
need a waiver request to act on?
Yes, we should have a waiver request.
I mean, I'd love to take the motion, but I think we need something from the applicant.
So does that mean that Doug could type something up really quickly now and email it to Ellen? But when we sit in a regular
I'm ready,
meeting, we
Mike,
allow
I'm ready to go.
applicants to do that.
That can be done.
It happens in our regular meetings all the time.
It does. We've had handwritten notes brought up to us.
We have.
Yeah, I mean, that one, I appreciate, I appreciate that request, because for me, there was a lot of comments kind of circulating around that. I think it would help us get at least that piece off, and I think that would allow some of Dennis's items to be addressed as well, just because he's, you know, he was citing that on a few different comments.
So then, Doug, what are you saying?
I guess what I'm asking is am I able to provide that verbally, or can I?
It needs to be in writing. If you can somehow get it in writing to us.
pb@kingstonnh.org.
Okay, let me do that right now.
Right on it.
Okay, so while you're doing that,
You said KingstonNH.org?
PB at,
It's in planning board, pb@kingstonnh.org.
Okay.
so while Doug is working on that. Oh, Glenn, do we have any, we should open this for public comment if there is any public?
There is no public,
Okay.
other than Mr. Wilder.
Okay. And Mr. Wilder, if you have any comments or questions, you can certainly ask them now.
Listening to it all, and it seems to be, I'm okay with everything so far.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Glenn, this is Chris Basher. I just want to make a comment. Just due to, again, with us not really operating the past few months, and it seems like a lot of people have familiarity with the site, I personally would not be in support of doing anything that would delay such if a site walk was going to delay, or maybe some of the requirements of a soil scientist. At this point, I would not be in favor of adding anything that would cause additional delays.
Okay.
I second that.
Comment on that is that I still think there's enough ambiguity there that we should get that input. I don't think that would delay it considerably. You know, if we put the request into whoever is going to do that for us, that could be done before the next meeting, and it would certainly not postpone us having to worry about getting that resolved. Resolve the issue.
That truck?
That's got to be
Isn't that
Richard.
property up there primarily gravel and ledge? They blasted up there for years, didn't they?
Yeah. I believe so, Peter. Well,
Yeah,
it had a couple of different proposals. I think there was a development proposal at one time. There was, and along with that, I think there was some excavation, because we issued an excavation permit.
We did.
For that. Yeah. But
So it has changed. The conditions up there have changed since before the excavation was done. And I think one of the things the town had objected to was that a lot of the material was being stored at the edge of the site and some of it over the property line. And that was one of the reasons for the cease and desist, if I remember. Dennis can probably tell us in better on that.
I think that was corrected, though. That was corrected before Mr. Early left.
Right.
Yeah, I went up there for that particular reason. They were over the property line and they were supposedly burying some material they shouldn't bury, and that was all resolved.
Okay. I had one other comment while we're waiting, and that is referencing the list of possible uses. That's fine if you say something to the effect of everything that's permitted in the C3 plus, and then you list specific uses you know of. When we start making lists, by nature, you're going to leave things out. And and then you have people saying, well, that's not specifically listed.
It's
And
true.
Sometimes you're being better off being more inclusive, general
Yes.
contracting or this type, general terms of what's already existing in C3 than to try to start listing every possible type of business.
And
then it's got to go to ZBA because it wasn't on your list.
And the C3 is our most permissive zone. And it does have the allowance in it that says if you're not a permitted use or a prohibited use, then the avenue is ZBA for a special exception.
Right. That's always been, and that's the case with all the other zones, but that's why I suggest that we don't start listing things, because you can start limiting what's there.
When we did it most notably for Commercial Park down in South Kingston, that development came in before we had redone the commercial zones and actually had commercial zones with permitted uses. So maybe we're applying a memory improperly in this case.
So you're suggesting that we probably should have a list of uses?
No, I'm suggesting we should defer to the existing zoning for the site.
Right, I agree.
i.e. what's allowed in C3.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Can I go back for a second? We started a little conversation about a site walk. Who feels that they need a site walk on the property or would want to do a site walk on the property? Just put your hand up. Peter, is that your hand up?
Yeah, that's
no.
My hand was. Oh,
Peter Bakey.
No, it wasn't. I was reaching to the screen, hit the microphone and say absolutely not.
No, I would not be in favor of delaying anything for a site walk.
I'm not asking the question about because it would cause or not cause a delay. I'm asking if you feel you need a site walk to better understand the site and the application here.
I don't need it. No. I wouldn't mind. I've never been up there. I wouldn't mind going up, but I don't want to do that without permission.
Well, okay. Let me phrase the question another way.
Okay.
Does the board want to conduct a site walk? Do we want to set a site walk for this project? Okay, I'm not hearing a motion in that regard, so I'm assuming you don't want to. So we'll consider that a non-issue.
It's good.
All right, Doug, did you finish your letter or something?
Yes, I did. I believe I sent it along. Hopefully it was received.
Okay, well, we'll wait for Ellen to let us know.
I'm not sure if I think Ellen's not here.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone.
When did that happen?
He went to bed.
No,
Adam, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Ellen?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I did get a waiver. I'm trying to get back in again. But I did get a waiver. It says, on behalf of the applicant, we respectfully request a waiver of the 4-inch asphalt pavement requirement to use replaced asphalt pavement instead. Oh, I'm back.
You're back. But you're on mute.
Yeah. Did you all get that, or do you need me to do it again?
I make a
Could you
motion
do it
to
again,
grant
please?
the waiver as requested and read by Ellen.
Okay. I only have one. Hang on. Does anyone want that to include as shown on the plan, or are we just waiving all the asphalt requirements?
As shown on the plan.
Second agrees.
Can I, just for my own benefit, can someone who did the motion and who did the second?
Chris, and Lynn.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Ellen, are you ready to call the roll?
Yes. It was Chris and Lynn.
Chris and Lynn.
Okay, so it's so Glenn Kopelman,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin Dugway.
Yes.
Okay. That was a unanimous vote to make that, grant that particular waiver. Okay. All right. And we, Glenn, we confirmed that there's no public waiting out there to.
There is no public waiting out there.
Okay. All right. Any final comments or questions from the board? If not, then we probably should set a, oh, did we do jurisdiction? Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Doug.
if I could, it would be very helpful for me. I know that I mean, a lot of this was out of all of our control with this whole COVID situation, but I can tell you that my client, Mr. Wilder, had aspirations of starting construction in June, where here we are. And so obviously that didn't happen. He really is looking to try to start construction this season, be it in the fall, most likely. And for that reason, I guess I would just like a little direction on, I mean, obviously I'll receive a formal, I'm assuming I'll receive all the formal comments from the review engineer and anything else from staff right away. There were the comments about, I don't know if we came to a decision on third-party reviews. In my experience, I find that those do take some time. So if that's the pleasure of the board, I just want to make sure that we get ahead of that, because obviously we're coordinating multiple parties together at the same time. And so for that reason, I just was looking to get a little bit of feedback. If that's not something the board's looking for, then obviously that helps us from a timing standpoint, but need to just know either way.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because it was brought up on a couple of occasions. It was also mentioned in some of the comments from our staff. So did I understand? Can someone remind me? I know that there was talk about possible review on soils. Did that also roll in the wetland delineation? Was that all one, or were those separate?
Well, I had suggested they could be done as one. What I'd like to do is ask Dennis his opinion, whether he feels, based on his experience, that the setback that's proposed is adequate, or if he thinks that we should go ahead with a review by scientists.
I think that's what my comment was, is that I think that since there is a discrepancy between what was approved by the planning board in 2015 and what's proposed now, that I think it's a significant difference, and it really would affect this development one way or the other. So I think a third-party review would make it a lot more comfortable for the planning board to have that review as far as the wetland is concerned. And at the same time, there's no reason why the expert third party couldn't review the site and take a look at the soils and make a comment also about the soils on the site and see if they're appropriate. Because we know there was a lot of excavation there. There was blasting that was done. They had a crushing plant up there that was crushing a lot of the rock that was blasted to level off the site. And so I think that a lot of the original grade soils were gone. And so some of it is maybe just ledge and may need to be blasted in order to get this project in. And that might happen along the roadway too, just to get to make the grades that are proposed. I just think the board would be a little more comfortable if they had another review agent review this and make sure that we're going about this in the right way. That's all.
Well, based on that, on the advice of the town engineer, I'm going to move that we have a wetland setback analysis and soils analysis performed by I don't want to say Andrea or anybody, but whoever it would do that for the town.
We generally would engage RCCD.
Okay, RCCD. And that we have an independent wetland setback analysis and soils analysis done for that site.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second? I will second that. Further discussion?
I have a question. Did we get any comments from Conservation Commission?
Not that I saw. Ellen?
My personal opinion is that something went wrong with communication somewhere along the line. I didn't get comments from anybody, and I sent out comments asking people, where are they? Nobody, I didn't get anything from anybody. I happened to run into Richard at the town hall yesterday, and he said, I know I gave you comments, or he had provided them. I didn't get them. I don't know what happened. So I have no idea if Conservation has looked at this. Robert answered my email, but I didn't get an email back from Fire, Health, anybody else. It's unusual that I wouldn't have gotten some form of comments from somebody. And up until I ran into two people, I didn't have anything. So I can't answer that question, whether they didn't send it, whether they did, and I didn't get it. I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Further discussion on the motion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why wouldn't the board want to have the discrepancy determined? We had paperwork that said we should have had 85 feet. Now we have 25 feet. Board members who may be voting not in the affirmative, could you explain why you don't think that discrepancy should be looked at by somebody else? No one has to. I just wondered.
Well, I'll make another comment. When I walked this property before it was reclaimed, I was walking on ledge the whole way. So the soil that's been up there has been added. So I can see the need for the third party.
Well, and based on, I mean, I supported it with a second because I trust in what Dennis has recommended to us. And if I thought that it was going to add significant delay to the process, which I know is a concern of many of the board members, I might think differently, maybe, but we're going to be continuing this anyway. And the hope would be that we could get that done within that window of time between now and when we meet again next. So that's why I supported it with a second.
The other comment would be is if we don't have it in time, we do something at that time to waive it.
Or a contingency.
Right. Okay. I'll assume you're ready for the vote. Ellen, if you could call the roll, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Glenn Coleman,
Yes.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill.
You're muted, Lynn.
Sorry. Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin Duguay.
Yes.
Okay.
That was unanimous.
So that was unanimous. So Glenn, is this something that,
I'll reach out to RCCD and I'll ask Michael if he can prioritize it on his schedule.
So with that being said, for me, you know, my previous comments wasn't about that I don't respect the need for a third party or an independent person. It's just because we haven't been operating for a few months, I didn't want to cause unnecessary delays. So with that being said, if for some reason the information isn't available by the next meeting, I would be willing to waive the requirement.
Yep. Understood. Ellen?
Can we add a codicil to the motion that if RCCD isn't available, Glenn has the ability to reach out to someone else who might be?
Well, the motion didn't include anything about RCCD, so I think that Glenn should be.
You changed it to say by RCCD.
Oh, as part of the motion?
Yeah, it was during the motion that I originally said whoever would perform
Originally
that.
said a third party and then changed it to RCCD.
Yeah, so
Oh,
we can, if we want, we can take another vote to add that to allow Glenn to find an appropriate soil scientist if RCCD can't do it in a timely manner.
Is the board in favor of going back to the original motion that just says a third party and then Glenn can work that out?
I'm in favor of it. Yeah, I proposed it. So.
Yes.
Everyone good with that? Okay.
yes. Okay.
I would have a question for Mr. McGuire. Is there any other item that came up tonight that you feel is of concern that we should address tonight?
That's a great question. I don't think anybody wants Dennis to repeat his list. So I think what I would ask, maybe, Dennis, if you could help me out, was there any items that you felt would require some board input that would be helpful? Because I mean, you know the process, and you know that, you know, what certain things may require adjustments. I mean, I think we hit on a lot of the major ones, but I'm not, off the top of my head, I'm not thinking of any, but I'm not sure if there was anything else.
I think most of my comments, you'll go through and you can correct or change or ask for waivers. One of the ones that comes to mind for me is the parking scheme and how that relates to the parking requirements. And I'm not sure, reading through the parking requirements and the regulations, whether this layout for parking meets that requirement, and the tree planting arrangement. It just seems to me, I remember when we were talking about making the rules and regulations for parking, it was more like a shopping center type of thing, where you would have, you know, 5 or 6 spaces, and then one space would be for a tree, you know, or shrubs or something like that, and another 6 or 8 or 10 spaces or something like that, instead of having a whole line. But certainly this is a different type of plan than I think that we talked about as far as a parking scheme, and having the parking all along the southerly property line for vehicle parking is probably appropriate here. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable with the layout that you propose versus what the regulation is intending. So that's why I brought the comment up. And so maybe I don't know, Glenn, maybe you looked at it, maybe you can look at it a little bit more as far as what you think, as far as whether it meets the intent of our parking regulations or not, and how the landscape.
I mean, I'm happy to take a look at it again. My concern originally was with their formula coming up with the parking spaces. My first take at it was that they were meeting the requirements of our parking regs. So I'm happy to look at it again.
Well, the other thing I wanted to mention too, and Doug, you hinted on the fact that the parking in front of that first building is going to be done by large vehicles, tractor trailers, or whatever. If that's the case, then it should be outlined on the plan as far as what's there. Because if it's not designated as parking areas at this point, and there's vehicles parked out there, maybe maybe for sale or for whatever that's visible from the street. I know it's uphill quite a ways, but there could be a bunch of vehicles parked there, and if they're not shown as potential spaces on the plan, there could be complaints by somebody.
I think those are very good suggestions. I would ask, maybe I can just get a quick straw poll vote from the board on a couple of those items. I mean, I think Dennis hit the nail on the head with that. This is not exactly your standard retail or commercial development, just because of the nature. I think it's a very much needed type of development, because as I said, there's a lot of contractors that need this type of use. My take would be, I think the larger areas that go beyond the limits of circulation I could call out as vehicular storage. And so it wouldn't be factoring into the parking calculations or anything. It would just be understood that if somebody just serviced their dump truck or something and they want to pull it out to there to bring in something different or what have you, a landscaper that has a mini excavator that he wants to put right there. That was the intent of what John was looking to do, to provide that flexibility, because he knows what contractors are looking for. They're looking for that type of thing. So I could certainly clarify the plan, and so that way we're all on the same page as to what those areas are to be used for. I think from the way I explained the parking calculations, I think we do have sufficient reasonable parking. And as far as landscaping goes, I agree with Dennis that it's kind of hard to fit this into those regulations. We kind of tried our best by just putting in a number of trees, but I don't really even think that made a lot of sense, to be honest with you. So maybe it would be interesting to hear if the board would support some type of a waiver on the landscape requirements, just because the nature of this property, you're not buffering, you're not putting in street trees to provide a better aesthetic for customers. It's really not that type of a site. So that would be my thought, is maybe I ask for a waiver on the landscape requirement. And if the board wants to see the trees that we lined along the parking area, I know that the applicant has agreed to do so. But I guess I'd like to get a little feedback on that, so I could come back with a revised plan that meets your expectations.
Richard?
Let's go to the parking part first. I would support on the parking on the grounds that you can get emergency vehicles in and out properly. As far as the trees, that area is very high. I don't know that anybody's going to be able to see it from 125. So I don't have a problem with a waiver on the trees either, or at least bending the rules a little bit to allow some plantings and not following the guidelines completely.
Perhaps if you have a bunch of waiver requests that you may or may not want to submit, but if you submit them ahead of time, because of this unusual format that we're using, so that Ellen can distribute to the board members, then if you decide that you don't want to ask for that waiver, you just don't have to bring it up in the next meeting. But if you do want to request those waivers, then we already have seen them and we have them in writing, so we don't have to do this little magic emailing thing. And we can act on those, because there's definitely things on there that because of the unique qualities of that site, where waivers might be appropriate. And for example, if you ask for a parking waiver, and you can explain, as Glenn pointed out, why you don't think you need to meet the formula that's in the regs, that certainly makes sense, and that can be part of the waiver request and can be acted upon fairly easily.
That sounds good to me. I can certainly do that. Have those ready ahead of time and submit.
Lynn?
I like the parking plan the way you have it. I was surprised when you mentioned having vehicles and such parked to the left-hand side when you entered the site. My thought was if you were going to do that, it should be designated, which I believe you're going to do. I do like the idea of trees because when you start looking up the hill, particularly from the southern side, I'm not sure how many, what you have for a buffer from the next property, but I do like the idea of having some trees, maybe not completely according to the parking plan, but I think there should be some.
Anybody else?
Can I just ask a point of clarification? Maybe not related to parking. But I know we talked about blanket language for permitted use in zone C3, but under prohibited use, it lists truck terminals. So I just want to be, I guess, clear about the language that we're using in the proposal, because the way I understood it was that it was a truck terminal.
No, this is the truck terminal is fairly narrowly defined as a place where trucks pull in to refuel and to store the vehicles, and it's an active trucking site. And apart from the topography not being good for a trucking terminal, it's not. This is a facility that people do work on trucks, perhaps, but a truck terminal is where you stop and unload and rehook up different rigs and refuel and all that kind of stuff.
I will fix my
This has
notes
come up
then.
before.
Thank you.
All right, good question though.
Yeah.
I know that when the board was going through the definition of these zones years ago to propose them as warrant articles, lots of discussion took place about definitions of things, and so it's a good question. Other issues? Okay. So are we ready for a motion to continue?
I would ask Doug, would you want to
Richard has
continue?
his hand up.
Pardon me? Would you like to continue to July 7th, which would mean the plans would have to be in by the 25th, or the 21st when the plan's in for the 9th?
Well, if I can speak before you speak, Doug,
Sure.
if we're going to have that third-party review, that could be really tight. I mean, I feel confident we could probably get it done by the 21st in time for that meeting. But Glenn, what do you think?
I think even if I get Michael to really press it on his schedule, I don't know that would be able to have it for July 7th.
We do have a holiday.
Yeah.
I make a motion, we continue this hearing to July 21st with plans due by July 9th at noon.
I mean, can we just do one thing? I know that the time is tight, but if we can't, can we just make it for July 7th? And if Mike says, I just can't do that, then on July 7th, we could continue to the 21st.
Well, and Mr. Chair, I would add to that I think there may be merit to at least having the opportunity to be on that agenda, recognizing we probably won't get RCCD out there in that time, but it will allow me some time to digest Dennis's comments, and if I could even if we open the public hearing just so that I could address some questions on waivers or something, I think that would be very helpful in keeping this moving, and then we could continue to the next hearing after that.
That's fine as well.
Then I would revise my motion to continue the hearing to July 7th at 6:45 p.m. with plans due into the town office by June 25th at noon.
Second.
Motion by Lynn, second by Richard. Further discussion?
My discussion would be, we talked about possibly making a contingency on that wetlands at an approval if we don't have it in time. So, there's several possibilities of what we could do at that meeting.
Well, There is the only, I mean, not to get into technical detail, but I mean, you'd have to be careful if you were to do a conditional approval without having that review back, if that review were going to cause changes to the plan.
I agree.
But anyway, we will have options, yes. Other comments, discussion?
Who seconded it?
I'm sorry?
I did.
Thank you.
All right. So Ellen, if you can call the roll, please.
Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's unanimous. Thank you, applicant Doug and Mr. Wilder. And we'll see you back on the 7th.
Yes, thank you very much for the time. I know this was a longer one, but I think we got a lot on the table, so I appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much.
Can I
Okay,
just ask, am I automatically adding them to July 7th and July 21st? Or are we waiting till July 7th to add them to July 21st? Are they going on both agendas?
well, I suppose that there, you know, if all the stars align, there's a possibility that it could get wrapped up on the 7th, but I don't know.
Let's do it as a continuation from the 7th to the 21st, if that's what happens.
In other words, put them on for the 7th and not the 21st at this point?
Correct.
Okay.
What are the chances the 21st filling up?
Not so far, but you have next month,
Okay.
next week.
Okay, 2 more weeks.
Okay.
Well, because they'll go to, right now, they'd be at the top of the schedule. After next week, they'll be at the bottom.
I would like to see us continue it to the 21st, just so we don't have an issue with not being able to work them in, but that's, we can always cancel.
Is that the consensus of the board?
Yes.
Tell me what you want.
For me, I just want to make sure it's what the applicant wants, because we already talked about how we said this wouldn't cause a delay.
Well, this isn't causing a delay. It's just making sure that there's another spot on the agenda if it needs to go to the 21st.
We can continue to the 7th and we can write them in on the 21st.
I think
If
that
we
would
know
be
that's a
safe.
possibility.
Yeah, it's
I like
quite
that.
possible.
Okay.
My perspective is I don't want them to be punished by getting put late on the 21st, but I also don't want to continue something to two dates and times certain, because that's really not how a continuation works. A continuation is to a time and date certain.
Right.
Hey.
So what are we doing? Are we putting a placeholder in on the 21st just in case?
I've added them to the July 7th agenda, and on July 21st, I put in hold the spot for Fieldstone after the fire station building committee.
Okay.
So they'd be second at this point.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Appreciate that.
All right. Thanks, guys. Okay. Let's see, this hearing ended at 10, we'll call it 10:15 or close enough. All right. Are folks okay if we just continue on through the last few items that we've got?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ellen, under critical correspondence is the only thing I've got is the 43 Church Street item. Is that correct?
Yep.
I have an issue to bring up.
Under
As do I.
critical correspondence or other business?
Wow.
Probably other business, right, Glenn?
Well, no, mine's critical.
No, it's mine. What's mine? Other business? Mine's critical. I'll call it critical.
Okay, do me a favor, do the critical correspondence first. I believe that woman's trying to watch it on TV to find out what you do.
Okay.
All right. All right, we have a request, and we might actually have a board recusal on this one. I am not sure, but there's a possibility. It's addressed to this board, and it says, "To whom it may concern, I am interested in opening a child care center at 43 Church Street. This facility has already been a child care facility in the past. It is my understanding that it should not be a change of use. We should only need approximately 3 parking spaces for parents to drop/pick up, as it takes about 10 minutes. As far as parking for staff, we will only need approximately 6 to 7 parking spaces daily. The space is 1,500 square feet. We will occupy the middle portion. The play yard will be housed in the back. Hours of operation will be 6:30 to 6, and ages will be infant to 6 years. Please let me know if you would need, if we would need to go before the board for this, and also what we would need to do. Thank you kindly, Christy DeCessaire. And there was so that was the email to Ellen dated June 1st. But then there's
Glenn,
another.
real quickly, Chris Bashaw, I have to formally recuse myself for this. I have nothing to do with the daycare, but I am one of the investors that owns the overall parcel of land. So I'm actually going to turn off my audio and my video until you guys complete this.
Okay, thank you.
And
So
my firm has the lease listing for this property, so I'm going to recuse myself.
okay, thank you. Ellen, are you still on?
I am.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Yeah.
So you should sit in on this one if we take a vote on it. Okay, so there was that email. There was also, it appears, some other correspondence which says essentially the same thing, but has some additional. It looks as though it has some, and they were very faint, but sketches of what the interior looks like, and it doesn't sound like they're proposing any construction or any changes, but it doesn't say that for certain. So what? So it has been a daycare. Ellen, do we have an approval that exists that this individual would be following? Or Glenn?
We did.
When was it last a daycare?
It was last a daycare. Oh, it's been a while. But we did a site review of it to some degree when it was first approved.
It's probably 12 to 15 years ago.
So all I'm asking is if there's an existing approval with the town, and this applicant is going to be following that, and it meets their requirements, then there really isn't very much for us to do. But if it's different than that, then we need to decide how to proceed, whether it needs any further review or not.
Perhaps we can provide the site plan review that we have on file for the use as a daycare center to the applicant and see if that meets their current requirements. And if so, they can say, yes, we agree to
There
continue the
isn't
operation.
currently a daycare approved for that site. There used to be one. Then it was a chiropractor and a hair salon. But
Chiropractor's office, and now there's a hair salon, I think.
So there was an approval a while ago. And I believe that in discussion with Glenn and stuff, she provided a sketch and shows where the kids will play outside, which is what we required the first time somebody had a daycare there, that they had to say where the kids were going to be and how people would drive around and things of that nature. But there's not currently a daycare approved there because the use has changed a couple of times in the 15 years that Richard is talking about. But I
Right.
did have the applicant check with the health officer, who has said that the septic system for it is fine. It's been built for daycare, so he doesn't find any issues with it in that regard. Peter's waving.
Who's waving?
I
Peter.
would make a motion that we have no need for further review. It's already been there before. The health department says the septic system is adequate. And I don't think it's a change of use at that property. We've had one before, so I don't think we have need for further review.
I'll second that.
Right. It's an approved use in that area because otherwise it wouldn't have been there.
Correct.
Right, so we have a motion by Peter Baiki, second by Richard Wilson. Further discussion. All right, Ellen, would you call the roll and please include yourself in that?
Yep, just give me 1 second. Okay, Glenn Kopelman,
Yes?
Peter Kaufman,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Robin DeGuay,
Yes.
and Alan Faulkner. Yes.
So was that unanimous?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Chris and Lynn, you can come back in. Oh, how do we flag Chris though?
How do we?
He
Wait,
turned
it
up.
says I can ask him to unmute. Maybe that will wake him up.
Yes. Oh, he seems to be back.
There we go.
There he is.
There we go.
What a handsome devil.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we had two, Glenn and Richard had what they consider critical items. So
Yes,
one
well,
of you,
I'll defer to the Board of Selectmen. So
I was going to do the same. We have had several complaints from Jericho Drive about activities at the Tormeo plant, mainly tree cutting. I went down yesterday and did a walk of the property. There's a discrepancy in what the buffer is supposed to be. It ranges, if you read it, it sounds like, and Ellen, correct me if I say this wrong, but it sounds like any activity cannot happen within 200 feet. Commercial activity cannot happen within 500 feet of that buffer, which means, as she put it yesterday, an employee parking lot could be with, up to the 200 feet, but the big trucks and the excavators can't operate within the 500 feet. Well, they cut a road in, a logging road that's 136 feet away from the neighbor. They're cutting trees about 190 feet from the neighbor, and we're going closer until I stopped them yesterday. Now, when I talked to Glenn Greenwood yesterday, he doesn't think that our ordinances apply to this. If I am quoting him right, he can come into that. So my question is for the board, is there a setback? Is it enforceable? And if so, what is it?
and let me just qualify what Richard and I spoke about yesterday. I said to Richard that we don't have a standing site plan for Mr. Tormeo because he has at every junction told us that the Bureau of Mines in New Hampshire exempt him from local regulation. And my last contact with the Board of Mines verified that, and that was 18 months ago or so that I last called them.
Okay. But I would argue that this has nothing to do with mining.
And I think that if that is the contention, that his activity out on site by taking out trees is not something done in relation to the mining activity, I don't see how he can be exempt. But granted, he will say he is.
but even if the Bureau of Mines controls the business activity on site, wouldn't the setback requirements in the zone that he operates in be in effect?
Well, just another comment on that. Their argument is they existed long before those ordinances went into effect.
But
But
they
that-
don't exist, sorry.
That doesn't grandfather them from new activity. And this
Okay.
would be new activity.
Okay.
That would be my response.
Ellen, you were going to say something?
No, basically what Glenn said. I mean, that's just,
Why is he
So-
doing this?
Who knows? I mean, they said when Don went down there Thursday or Friday last week, and Red's response was, I'm cleaning up the woods, I'm getting all the junk out of it and everything. When I talked to his grandson yesterday, is who took me around, he said, well, his definition of cleaning up is taking down 150-year-old trees because they're old. And, you know, he didn't try to hide anything. He did try to convince me that the borders were in a different spot, which I knew immediately was not true, and talked to the landowners on Jericho that, you know, had gone out and measured the distance. He said the logging road went within the houses because he was avoiding a wetland area. So, you know, he had an answer for everything, but the bottom line is he is within the 200 feet. Do we stop the 200 feet? And I'm going to bet that his quarry is well within the 500 feet now, that he keeps expanding that more and more. So maybe that falls under the mines, but the tree setback is
All
what
the quarrying activity does.
well, the tree setback is the issue I have now. Is do we tell him he can't go within the 200 feet and that he has to stop? Some places I think he's well within that.
Richard, is he clear cutting or selective cutting?
He clear cut a lot of it, and there's selective cutting some of it to pull out the nice wood. It's was it Leclerc or whatever the guy that does Bresnahan? Yeah,
Yes.
I mean he's pulling out the trees he wants.
Do they have flagging on them?
Careful, Peter.
Oh, boy. Well,
Oh, okay.
going down the same road, aren't we?
Let's not go there. Glenn Greenwood.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, even if his mining activity is under the jurisdiction of Bureau of Mines, the activity itself I understand. But if that activity then intrudes into a buffer requirement in that zone, doesn't that put us in play here, or no?
I don't think it does. If it's the actual quarrying activity.
Really?
But if the quarry that we're talking about out there is 300 feet from this tree removal that he's doing, how can he justify that that has anything to do with the mining operation? It sounds like he's just doing a timber harvest.
That could be.
Did he file an intent to cut?
Yes, they did.
and
That to me says industrial zone. You better follow the industrial zone setbacks.
Ellen?
and even for the 200 feet, there's a 500-foot setback, but to get the 200-foot setback, you could put something in like employee parking or something. You can't put large trucks, but you'd still have to go to the planning board if you were putting in employee parking. So the 200 feet is the minimum, and it allows light uses within the 500. So even if he was clearing trees for an employee parking, you still have to go to the board of to the planning board.
I don't think there's any intent to park cars there. This is strictly a tree issue.
Actually, what he told the abutters was that they were thinking of putting in multifamily housing.
Well,
Yeah,
I think what he
he's
told the
blowing smoke
abutters
up
is
their
he was
skirt.
cleaning up the lake there, and it's a wetlands, not a lake. So I
They
think
sent
he's
us an email.
yeah, I think he's just pulling strings now to, you know, get them upset.
I think so.
Don't
Lynn?
you think this requires a call again to the mining, whatever it is, just to ask about the difference between setbacks and mining and that sort of thing? Because we wouldn't want to get into a situation where we're stepping on their toes or they're stepping on ours.
Well, I've had that conversation with them, Lynn, and they're very clear that if it is the mining activity, we are not invited to that table.
But this is
But
not
this
a
doesn't-
mining activity.
It doesn't sound like this is going on anywhere near the quarrying activity.
Oh, okay. So it's not the trees aren't being taken down so that he can quarry there.
Exactly.
But he could quarry there within 100 feet of these houses if he wanted to then.
I fear that he could.
Wow.
Well, the residents have been calling the state fire marshal on a regular basis because they have pictures actually falling off the wall when they're blasting. Their
Right,
houses
so
are shaking so bad.
And the board needs to tell me, I'm not in a butter to either that property or Mr. Tormeo's, but I can confirm that we have had very large explosions that I've called the fire marshal on. So you may want me to recuse myself from any discussion.
Oh, because you live on Jericho.
I live on Jericho.
But you're not a direct abutter.
I'm not in a butter to the people. I don't know the people other than they call me at the planning board office. I don't think they know I live here. I don't know, I'm not in a butter to any of the properties, but I have called the state fire marshal on the explosions that have been shaking the houses recently.
Glenn Greenwood, when are you in next?
Thursday.
Well, I need to get back to the residents tomorrow, so can I just tell them that we'll check into the mining part of it to make sure that the trees aren't included in that? I mean, I agree with Lynn. I don't want to issue some kind of cease and desist and then find out that we had no jurisdiction over it.
I will call the Bureau of Mines again,
Okay, thank you.
but I won't do that before Thursday.
Okay.
Okay.
Richard,
was
are they not cutting now while this is being settled, or is all the trees going to be cut in 2 days?
No, the resident at Jericho, when he called me today, said they stopped cutting when I was there yesterday, and there's been no cutting activity since I asked them to stop.
Okay.
And this really is not a planning board issue. It's really a selectmen's enforcement issue?
That is correct, other than to verify the buffer.
Right. Okay. So Richard, that was the issue you wanted to discuss.
Yes.
Okay. Glenn,
I have two.
beyond that one?
Beyond the one Richard just had, yes.
Okay.
I spoke today with Tom Ambrose, the superintendent of schools for SAU 17. And he will do anything possible, anything necessary for us to be able to use the facility on the 30th,
Which facility?
the high school auditorium,
The new high school.
new high school. Or the not Amazon proposal.
The
However, if we wanted to somehow have that recorded, we would have to pay for the AV personnel. And we would have to tell them that now, so that they could make sure that they could get the proper personnel there in order to do that.
The cost.
He didn't give me a cost. He said that that wasn't really his bailiwick, knowing that information, which I understand. And he directed me to Phyllis Kennedy, Pete Kennedy. I'll be emailing her in the morning. So I just wanted to make sure that the board understood that that is a potential place to hold that meeting, and there would be some cost associated with it.
And it can't go out live.
and it would not go out live. It would be recorded. And then that recording could be
It could be uploaded,
displayed.
but it couldn't be seen live by anybody.
Well, there wouldn't be a need to be seen live if we post it as a meeting.
Well, it would if someone decided they don't want to go to the meeting, but they wanted to see what was happening.
Well,
I'm just saying, the school can't do it live. And is it in the gym or the auditorium?
I asked for the auditorium.
The auditorium seats 500.
Right, and that's seating arrangement. It's easier to figure out if you're making a 6-foot separation because you can just keep chairs between you.
Yeah.
Whereas at the gymnasium, I don't think that that's the case. So apart from not hearing that we wouldn't pay the cost to have it recorded, I didn't need any other feedback from the planning board. That's all a decision for you guys to make. I just wanted to make you aware that I had reached out to Mr. Ambrose, and he is willing to work with us in any way that he can. The second issue I wanted to talk to you about is the one that we briefly discussed earlier with Mr. Pasco about his property on Mill Road and the ZBA condition that the planning board review the site as if it were multifamily. But in the zone that it's located, which I believe is rural residential, we don't have any standards in our zoning ordinance for us to review something that's multifamily. So the option is to use those multifamily regulations we have in other zones, or just as a planning board tasked by state statute to plan appropriately for the town, that we look at this proposal as a multifamily proposal and regulate it as we see best.
the
So
property has been sold.
That's just something, well, the newer owner is still beholden to the ZBA decision. I mean,
Well, the thing that was brought up in the inspector's office today is if it was sold as a 3-unit, when it's not approved as a 3-unit, did he commit fraud?
okay, that I'm gonna leave that to you. That's not a planning board issue.
No.
And the planning board has yet to have an application for this, so there isn't something for us to respond to yet. I just wanted to let you know that that's percolating out there in our future. And that's all. That's all.
Okay. Just so you know, Glenn, as you've been talking in the last 15 or 20 minutes, you've been breaking up a lot. I don't know if you've got some bandwidth going on or some issue.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
Someone else in the house is doing a lot of streaming, maybe?
That's entirely possible.
Yeah, okay.
I've been able to hear Glenn just fine.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Maybe it's my problem.
No, he was cutting out with me too.
Okay, all right.
Isn't the issue of expenditures of town funds a selectman's issue?
Well, my question until he changed the topic was going to be, is there any way to make the applicant pay for that? Because we're doing it to make their meeting happen.
I don't think so, because you're making the meeting happen this way.
Well,
It wouldn't cost them anything.
I guess to answer that, I'd have to have some kind of guess on how much money you're talking about.
I'll ask. I mean,
I would think it'd be minimal.
I'm sure that they're hourly employees and they're going to either have to have 1 or 2 for 2 or 3 hours. So
Seriously?
I can't imagine it's going to be a lot of money, but
It's
not
my
my money.
It's
It's your money.
Hang on 1 second. I'm getting input about this. Give me a minute.
when I get more information after talking with Phyllis, I'm happy to email the board. But maybe I should be emailing just Richard.
Gordon and Bruce.
Well, the planning board
It
hasn't
will
spent
be,
money.
I'm not swearing to this.
it's probably going to include 3 individuals at a minimum of 4 hours.
So that's 12 hours. So you figure, you know, $20. Now you're only
25?
talking $240.
The cheapest person gets that amount of money, not the other 2. So it may not be 600, but they get paid significantly more than a town employee does. So don't base your guess on how much it's going to cost on how much a town employee makes.
Well, the planning board hasn't been spending much money over the last 3 months. I would certainly think that to get something like this before the public, we would be, we could absorb the cost.
I'm just saying, I think it's the selectmen's decision. Not that they might not say take it out of the planning board, but
I think we'll take it out of welfare.
yeah, well, that's okay. Take it out of welfare if you want. I get to use everyone else's money, so that's okay.
Why would we incite anyone at 10:41? I don't understand.
Well, I think we should try to make this happen, but I'm sure the town has to have a running reimbursement going for any COVID-19 federal grant funding as well.
Well, that was my next thing, is I think we can get it out of the grant money, because anything we do for COVID-19 we can apply for. I mean, the only problem with that is it may be March or April before we get our money. But try to find out a ballpark figure for me.
I will try to.
Everybody.
I will get that information and I will forward it along.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason I think this is so important is tonight, we all had our plans in front of us, but anybody that wasn't one of us or an applicant didn't have the plans in front of them.
No, they did.
They did.
They did. They were available online electronically.
Every plan is online electronically for anyone to look at and have if they want it. Every plan.
Okay. So they could, okay.
Everything's on our website.
With that being said, unless you have access to a giant printer, to do tonight's meeting, I had 2 laptops, a tablet, and the printed plans.
Yeah, it is.
So I could bounce back and forth between Glenn's notes, Dennis's notes, pull up any photos that I needed to, and have the plan. So
yeah, that's true.
For the average person, it's not practical.
No, I just wanted to let you know that every plan was out there for anyone to look at.
Oh no, which I think is great.
I make a motion that we move to board positions.
Well, we have minutes to do, but while we're on the subject of meetings and how we're going to have meetings, I think that the board needs to hear what I was able to get from New Hampshire Municipal Association today, just so you can think about your options for meetings. I posed the question to Steve Buckley, who's Legal Services Counsel at New Hampshire Municipal Association. And what I was looking for was now that some of the governor's orders have changed and the stay-at-home order is essentially lifted, I wanted some guidance on what that meant for public body meetings. And so I asked him if he could provide some guidance, because there was nothing on their website that was current. And so he answered me with two options, two things to consider. One regarding virtual meetings and one regarding in-person meetings. So the first one, it says, even with the suspension of the 10-person meeting limit, public bodies can continue to conduct meetings at a virtual location using emergency order number 12. Until the governor lifts emergency order 12, meeting virtually will provide the best way to avoid causing possible harm to your volunteers and members of the public who are in high-risk populations. So that's his statement and guidance regarding virtual, and follows that with a paragraph that says, if the planning board wishes to have in-person meetings, in a physical location, they, the board, can require physical distancing and face coverings for board members and the public who are in attendance. As guide to safe procedures, we recommend using the recently issued guidance issued by the New Hampshire Economic Reopening Task Force for Libraries. And again, this comes from Stephen Buckley, Legal Services Counsel at NHMA. So we have options, even though the limit on meeting size groups has been lifted. Executive Order 12 is still in effect, and the board could certainly do virtual meetings if it wanted to.
Glenn, I have a question. Is there an option where we could have the physical meeting, but for those who felt they may be in an at-risk population, could it be a hybrid of in-person with Zoom access as well?
You can do that. It's just that the town of Kingston isn't set up well to do that. We don't have the right equipment to do it.
Shocking.
It doesn't work. They've been trying to do it. They've been trying to do it, and it just doesn't work.
Selectmen meetings are a horror.
The generic answer to your question, Chris, is yes, it is possible. Is it
just technologically not with the town of Kingston, as with most things?
Where we are right now with our technology, that will not work. So for all practical purposes, we either have to do them virtual or we do them in person. So anyway,
I mean, I can say obviously I prefer meeting in person, but I'm also not someone who would be labeled as the higher risk category. So I don't want to impose my wants of preferring to meet in person for my ease and convenience and being able to be there with everyone. I would really open it up to other people's opinions.
I am considered high risk and would prefer the personal meetings as well.
Well, I can tell you that, and I'm going to preface this by saying that I realize that there are a lot of differing opinions about, the coronavirus, and the whole situation. I realize there are differing opinions about it. I consider myself a healthy individual for my age, but by the same token, I'm getting close to 70 years old, and I certainly fall into the high risk group. It would be until we have a better handle on the virus and particularly treatments for it and God willing, a vaccine at some point in the near future. I'm going to be very uncomfortable doing in-person meetings that especially ones that have a lot of individuals, and if we're not doing social distancing and masking. So, I have my reservations about in-person meetings.
I think we need to do the social distancing and masking. I'm not saying that. I just think we need to be in person.
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Glenn.
Oh, I was just going to say, I have no issue with the fact that an in-person meeting is a much more productive way to do it than what we're doing tonight. This is, I mean, yes, we're getting our work done, but it's not nearly as efficient and effective as it would be if we were in person. So go ahead, Ellen.
I have concerns about live meetings only because I'm not sure how committed the planning board and the board of selectmen are in requiring masks and social distancing. That is the key for me, that I think if people all wear masks and do the appropriate social distancing and things of that nature, then everything can be fine. But I've been in the town hall and I passed 3 people in the hall who weren't employees. They're just people in the hall. None of them had masks on. Nobody told them they had to wear a mask. One of them was a police officer. is a big sign that they had to pass that said masks are required in the building, and they didn't have them on. So I think that if there was a commitment to do what the CDC and the state guidelines and everything say, I don't think I'd have a question. But I'm not getting that, everyone says, oh, you have to wear a mask to go in the building. Okay, but nobody, when I was there were 4 people wearing masks and they were employees, but 3 people came into the building, no one had masks on, and they all walked right by me. And this is a concern. So my question is, how committed is the board and the Board of Selectmen to having people come into the building? Because wearing masks protects the other people, they don't protect me. So if other people aren't wearing the mask, then what's my susceptibility with the people who are coming to the planning board meetings, the applicants, the public? I think if you're public there wearing masks, they might not be real happy about the fact that there are other public not wearing masks sitting close to them. And don't we have a responsibility to those people as well? So I just wonder what is the true commitment of the town and the boards for these kind of requirements? And I don't, nobody talked about it, so I don't know.
And I guess that's why I was really asking about the hybrid option, and I wish our town could facilitate that, because obviously for those that feel comfortable being in close proximity could, and those that didn't could still have a say and a voice while not subjecting themselves to something they don't feel comfortable with. But obviously it sounds like that's not an option. But it's a very polarizing issue right now. I deal with it at work all the time. 50% of the population is demanding that everyone should wear a mask during everything and social distance. And the other 50% is angry that people are feeding into it and don't believe in it whatsoever. So we're really damned if we do, damned if we don't.
But my point is, the Board of Selectmen, the last I knew, said that no one could come to the town hall without a mask. Has that policy changed? I don't know if the Board of Selectmen have changed that. And if that's a requirement to get in the building, is the Board of Selectmen really supporting that requirement? Or is it just a sign that's up and no one pays attention to it?
I think it's a little of both. And I think that when the governor relaxed everything the other day, everybody else relaxed. So I think we've definitely got to talk about it Monday night.
Okay, well, I mean, unless someone else has, specific thoughts, we can, we're going to be meeting next Wednesday anyway, and maybe Richard will have a little more information from the select board by that time, but Lynn?
Yes.
I was just going to say, between my age and my asthma, certainly I'm high risk as well, but I would not have a problem meeting in person as long as everybody was wearing a mask. And social distancing. As far as I'm concerned, that's what's important.
Board members and public?
Yes. I don't think a public, from when you read the advisory from the Municipal Association, it was very clear that we can mandate nobody enter the building without a mask.
Yeah.
And you do it that way, you don't. I mean, we have a police officer there, we do whatever we have to do. But I think if we're going to have meetings, then we have to mandate that we do them safely.
I'll just tell you that we did a meeting of the ZBA on last Thursday, and for a board that's only 5 people plus Susan there for the administrative assistant, and only 1 applicant at a time, we still had enough other people that wanted to come in that Ellie had to ask them to leave, and we were only just barely having the minimum social distancing between the board members, and so with a board this size and with a number of applicants that come up and people who want to watch the meeting, it would be extremely difficult in town hall to maintain social distancing. I think that the ZBA was probably about the maximum number of people you could have, and that's only because Ellie asked people to leave and wait in the foyer.
So that's one concern I have of it, is if we do the in-person meetings and in order to maintain that social distancing, we then tell people they can't participate, they can't come in, or we're at the maximum capacity. are we then violating the terms of the meeting by not allowing public access? And so with the Zoom stuff, could we allow only phone access, maybe not video access for them? I know in a lot of the other meetings that have been happening around the county in general, members of the board for some Zoom meetings are authorized video access, but members of the public are only allowed audio. So if we did in-person meetings, could we still allow audio for those that maybe couldn't physically fit in the space? But also with the upcoming big meeting about that one very large project, even if we decided to continue doing meetings through video and Zoom under the governor's executive order, I would really still like the option for that meeting to be in a large open space that could allow a lot of people to attend in person, because I think we're going to have a lot of response.
Can I just explain the problem with being in the town hall with the existing speakers, which you need if you're going to talk to each other in the town hall, and the Zoom, they counteract each other and they cause feedback.
Okay.
So then what happens is only one or two people join Zoom, but nobody can hear you if you're not on Zoom, because the speakers in the town hall have nothing to do with the speakers on your computer.
Yeah.
So it's like, I tried to explain to somebody once because they didn't get it. If you pick up your phone and call your neighbor can hear you. If you hang up the phone and just stand next to the phone and try and talk to your neighbor, they can't hear you. So everyone has to be on Zoom in order for anyone who's also on Zoom to hear anyone else talking. And if you're not on Zoom, then you complain to the Board of Selectmen a lot that the sound quality is terrible. But the sound quality is terrible because not everyone's on Zoom. But then if everyone's on Zoom and you don't have the speakers on, you echo each other because the town hall isn't set up very well for sound, and it becomes a nightmare for anyone trying to listen. So it's almost, it either has to be all or nothing. Because
I agree.
the town hall's not set up to do it any other way.
Meetings have been horrible when we've tried to do it. The echo is bad, the feedback's bad. When people are on the speakers, they're hard to understand because they're either blasting or very low. I mean, it's horrible what we've been trying to do.
So if you want people to actually be able to hear you and talk to you, Zoom is what works. So it's tough because there will be a lot of people who may want to participate, but as Chris says, they might be the age range or the health issue that they don't want to come to the town hall. Or if they do, they at least want to make sure that everybody's wearing a mask. I understand that for some reason it's become a political football, which I do medical things. My husband's in medical. I don't get it, but I understand it. But I don't know what you do for the public, because it's not just for the planning board, it's for the public to be able to feel comfortable at a planning board meeting. I don't know.
Well, so like I said previously, for me, who considers myself not really in the at-risk population, while I don't have some of the major concerns, and for me, it's not a big issue. I walk about the world and kind of without a care recently, but so I would defer to. I still respect those that have concerns, so I want to make sure everyone else feels comfortable. So I would really defer to, if anyone has an issue, I would more defer towards them erring on the side of caution so that they feel comfortable in participating.
Well, of the individuals that have spoken, even those who are considered in the high risk category, I'm the only one who seems to have a concern.
No, I'm in the high risk category. I have a concern, and I'm going to have to be there and take your minute.
And I also, when I was pointing out about the ZBA, that I think that was a meeting that reached its limit on the ability to hold a meeting and maintain social distancing. I don't think the planning board can. I think it'd get too crowded in there, and as Ellen points out, when you start having to send people out, you're denying access to a public meeting. And I think the only reason we were able to get away with it is that we had the back doors open and people out in the foyer could hear us. and can come back in to make a comment.
Okay, look, folks, it's 11 o'clock. Next week's meeting is on a Wednesday. It's scheduled for Zoom already. The one after that is the big distribution center one on the 30th. And that's really the one that at this point we're right now it's Ellen, it is noticed as a
Zoom meeting.
It is.
But I haven't sent any, this meeting and next week meeting, I resent butters notices to everybody. Right. So they would know that it was a Zoom meeting, how to access it, and where everything was online that they could access. I haven't sent anything for the 30th yet because I knew there was a lot of discussion back and forth. It's been posted as a Zoom meeting as of this point. Certainly it can be changed, but we're also, now we do have to send the butters notices because we are going to, if we're changing the venue, we have to let them know that, you know, usually I would send them the Zoom information. Now I have to send the information that the location's been changed. You guys aren't going to find this out whether we're doing it or not until tomorrow, and then have to talk to the selectmen. We're probably not going to meet legal notice requirements, but Glenn said it's a design review, so I don't think he was that concerned about it. But we're not gonna meet legal notifications.
I guess how can you not be concerned over that major of a project?
It's just design review.
Because it's just design review.
Okay.
It's a non-binding discussion.
Okay.
But that's I have to say that the other issue is, I think that when we have the actual site plan, we definitely should have the gym and pay for it for every time we have to continue it and the whole thing. This is just design review. It's one night. You guys can't continue it. I think everybody's making a crazy big deal about it when you're going to have crazy big deals to worry about with this one in the future, where I think you're going to have to agree with the school and pay all their AV people and all that stuff when it's the real hearing. This is a design review. But
right, it's design review. There are no votes taken by the board. It's all non-binding on the part of the board and the applicant. And as Ellen said, it can't be continued. It's one and done, and it's merely for the applicant to be able to talk to the board about the sort of the intent of their proposal and to get some feedback from the board before they come back with a formal application. Now, that doesn't mean that it isn't going to generate a lot of interest, because it will, even though it's just design review. But does it mean that we have to go through hoops to do it as an in-person meeting? I don't know.
Well, it may be a non-binding discussion in the court of public opinion. You already have a bunch of people that are emotionally invested. And if we conduct ourselves in a way that they feel is exclusionary and doesn't allow them the opportunity to possibly speak, or at least hear it in a way that they want to, we're opening ourselves up.
And I think there's one other thing. If we're holding all of our other meetings by Zoom, I don't think that we should make an exception for this one. I think consistency is important. It might show favoritism if we do something different.
I also think it raises a potential enforcement issue if we're going to require people wear masks and socially distant. Who is going to enforce that? So I know that's a tabled conversation, but I guess if the volume is that big, I would have questions about how we're enforcing that.
And if I can just tell the board what we have done to try and make sure everybody can be included and understand what's going on. We have a link on the website that explains how to use Zoom. We have information on how to use it by phone if you don't have a computer. I have a second, as you all know from everything with previous meeting, I have the computer set up so if somebody for some reason can't get to Glenn, they can send us an email of a comment, and I keep looking at that all meeting in case anyone still does it. So we've set up we've set up more than we needed to make sure that people could participate in the meeting. We have all the plans, not Sears Logistics yet, because they haven't sent it to us. Hopefully we'll get that tomorrow. We'll have that all online. We have been trying to put out more than anyone else has done with instructions, phone numbers, all that stuff to make sure that people can participate. I understand what Chris is saying, that to try and look at a big plan, it's hard to do. But we have tried to set up with Sears Logistics that they can do that on the screen so that people can see it. And frankly, we've never had the plans on the website before. It's more information than they usually have. So I don't know if the board knew what we have not done to try and make people feel that they can be included in the planning board meetings this way. So I just wanted to tell you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that review. We have, it's not like we haven't considered the whole access perspective. I mean, Glenn and Ellen and I have been sort of working this now for the last few weeks, and under the circumstances, I think we've probably done the best we can. Where was I going with that?
Elections.
No.
Well, first, you guys really do. I don't know what I have to do for mailing postings.
Well,
I'm not even supposed to work tomorrow, but I will, to make sure we can get as much stuff done as we need to get done. But I do need, but you won't know until tomorrow when you find out how much it's going to cost, Glenn.
Correct. You've got to buy into the fact that if we want to have a socially distant meeting, it's got to be, the only place we can have it is at the auditorium.
Well, since it's just a design review, why don't we stay with Zoom?
I'm going to propose that next week's meeting's already by Zoom. I'm going to propose that we do the 30th as a Zoom as well. It's noticed that way. It is only design review. That doesn't negate the importance of it, nor the amount of interest that it will generate, but it isn't a decision-making meeting of any kind. The ability for the applicant to share screen and show things up on the screen, I know none of our applicants did it tonight, but if we do the design review on the 30th by Zoom, I would like to request that the applicant do that as they're talking about it, just so that anyone watching Zoom, us and anyone from the public, would have the benefit of seeing the plans right in front of them, as opposed to having to scroll through paper and all of that. So Glenn, I don't know, or Ellen, I don't know if we decide to do it by Zoom and stick with it that way for this meeting, if we can ask them to do that.
Well, it is in the guidelines that we sent to the applicants to tell them, or that's online too, that says that they have to have the little dot thing, different color. And
yeah, but we don't say that they have to put their plans up on the screen. And I'm saying that in this case, we might want to make sure that they do that. I mean, I know the engineer that's doing it, and they have that capability. They do it all the time.
Well, they definitely have that capability.
Yes.
I think Peter's sleeping.
Which one? Oh, down the other.
But I do think that Glenn should continue to talk to the superintendent or his designee, so the town can find out how much it is going to cost to have it at the school. Because I think once we get a full application, that may wind up being something the board thinks that has to be done. At least you'd have the information to be able to have the Board of Selectmen and the planning board make the decision when the time came.
Even if all these rules get lifted tomorrow, I think we'll still be at the auditorium for that meeting. Same reason we were with Hannaford's in the beginning.
Not the 30th necessarily.
No, not the 30th, but once we go into a full meeting.
Right. So that's why I think it would be good to have everybody know how much it's going to cost, so we have that information done ahead of time,
right.
And not,
Agree.
Yep.
That's fine. I will continue that course. Are we
Okay.
getting close, do you think, to ending this discussion?
unless someone wants to make a strong argument to have the meeting on the 30th as an in-person meeting, then I think we're done with the discussion for now. The Hollywood Squares boxes, and it's
Minutes?
fairly quiet, so.
Yeah. I move that we go on to the minutes and that we accept the minutes for February 18th as submitted.
Motion by Peter Coffin to accept minutes of February 18, 2020.
Second.
Second by Lynn. Discussion? Okay, Ellen, would you please call the roll?
Glenn,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Oh, that's it.
Okay, thank you. That's unanimous.
And I'll
And
move
how
that
about
we-
the, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say I move that we accept the March minutes. What was the date again?
March 3rd.
3rd meeting minutes as submitted.
Motion by Peter Coffin.
Second.
Second by Lynn. Discussion? Ellen, the roll, please.
Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's unanimous. All right. Other than elections, is there anything else that folks want to bring before the board?
Ellen, the notes you had from the meeting of June 9th, were those minutes to be approved or were they just notes or?
No, they're minutes. I just hadn't added them to this agenda. So feel free.
I make a motion, we approve the meeting, the minutes of the meeting of June 9th.
I'll second that.
Motion by Lynn, second by Peter Coffin. Discussion? Ellen, please call the roll.
Glenn Copeland,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DuGuay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to my question is, before we do elections, is there anything else anyone wants to bring before the board?
I love that picture of dog in Glenn's background.
Do I look a bit like that dog right now?
I wasn't going to say that, but I was thinking it.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, man. A little long in the tooth and drooly and, you know,
Yeah, a little drooly. It's a little embarrassing.
it is. It is. Okay, so we need to elect a chair, a vice chair, and a representative to the Historic District Commission. And while you're thinking about that, and we don't need to do this tonight, but we're at that time of year when we're going to have to constitute the CIP committee. And so the board will have to be thinking about representatives to that. So are there nominations for chair?
And Kaufman.
I'll second that.
Well, actually, I don't think we don't do it by, we actually ask, don't we ask for all nominations?
Nominations, and then we don't vote on each one. We just wait till we get all the nominations.
Yeah. I think we do it now where somebody can self-nominate or people can nominate. And I don't think we really look for seconds, whether or not they're willing to accept.
I think we had given up on the seconds. We were just doing nominations. You can self-nominate.
Correct.
So who made that nomination?
Peter.
Peter Baiki?
Yep.
Well, okay.
I was talking in my sleep.
You must be hallucinating.
Aren't you sorry you found a way to be live now?
I get the dog on my feet. I'm good.
You have a great dog.
He's awesome.
You do have a great
You
dog.
do have a good dog.
Look at him. Look at him with his teddy bear.
He is so sweet.
Nice. Nice.
He's a good dog.
All right, are there other nominations for chair?
You're stuck with it.
Help me. All right, do we need to vote? We probably
You
do,
don't
huh?
really, I think the secretary can cast a vote of one, according to Ellie Alessio, using Robert's rules.
Oh, my word.
I'm so confused, but why wouldn't you vote? You vote every year.
We're going to vote.
Please vote.
All right, call the roll, please, Ellen.
Okay, so I don't have a motion in a second. I just have a
You have a
nomination.
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 Okay, so Glenn Koppelman.
Abstain.
Did I growl on the line?
Oh, yeah.
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
Yes.
Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
Robin DeGray.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so
Wanted
that's,
Robin to say no.
Glenn,
You
Glenn, just for the record, this late at night, I would have voted for Glenn's dog.
well, that's an encouraging thought. Okay, so Ellen, you got that vote. It was
I had it.
6-1.
Yes.
Nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Lynn.
Okay.
If she'll accept.
Well, let's see what the rest of the, are there other nominations? There appear to be none. All right, Ellen, would you call the roll, please?
Yep. Okay, this is to nominate Lynn Merrill as vice chair. Glenn Koppelman,
Yes?
Peter Coffin,
Yes.
Richard Wilson,
Yes.
Lynn Merrill,
What'd you say, Lynn?
Abstain.
you all daggers. Peter Baiki,
Yes.
Chris Bashaw,
Yes.
and Robin DeGray.
Yes.
All right, so that was also the same vote, 6-1. And a rep to the Historic District Commission. Just for anyone who's interested, they meet once a month, although they're not required to meet every month as a planning board is. A planning board has to have at least one meeting a month. HDC is not that way. They have enough going on that they typically do meet once a month, and they meet on the second Tuesday. So,
And you're our current rep?
I am the current rep.
And I'll nominate you to continue.
Well, I'd like to know, I know that in past years, there were some other folks who were thinking about it. So are there other nominations, either self or other? Lynn, you're not jumping at this.
It is something I would like to do in the future. This year, with the virus and the impact on our businesses and that sort of thing, is something I just don't think I'm going to have time for.
Just wanted to give you a chance there. I know you said this last year that you were thinking about it.
Still thinking.
Yeah. Okay. If there are no others, then Ellen, we'll do the roll, please.
Yeah. So to nominate Glenn Koppelman to continue being the HTC rep. Glenn Koppelman,
Abstain.
Peter Coffin.